The Spirit of Cricket Festival moves across the border from New South Wales to Victoria. Merbeen's Chaffey Park hosting our third Tri-Series game this morning. Australia A taking on New Zealand. Pat Silcox alongside of Anthony Telfer. Morning, Telf.
Morning, Silco.
What a day for it again.
Oh,
fantastic.
How good's the weather?
We've been pretty lucky, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And look, there's a little bit more cloud in the sky, but you know what? There's no wind at the moment, but I believe the wind's going to pick up later this afternoon. So that was a discussion that Adil had out at the toss with us, that he wanted to bat again when it was windy.
So the Kiwis have won the toss and elected to field again, as they did yesterday. Simon Murphy, new inclusion into the squad today, will take the new ball, and our opening batsmen for Australia A are Mark Kratzmann and Paul Wyberg. We're just about ready to get underway.
And I've heard big raps about Murph. Apparently he's one of the quickest bowlers in veterans cricket in the world. So It's going to be exciting to see what sort of speed he's getting at. Unfortunately, we don't have a radar gun here, but we'll get an idea.
He's picked the right end here at Chaffey Park, coming downwind and downhill as well.
It's the Maxi Trinic end.
And a good start there, just outside the off stump. Once again, the anthem's a fantastic way to set the tone and start the morning.
Yeah, it was a slight error, or not error, but a slight technical issue with getting the New Zealand song up. But
the boys went a cappella. They just took it on, didn't they?
Yeah, Scott McCarty led from the front.
Oh, with passion.
We can do this. It was wonderful stuff.
It's Tom Murphy getting a little extra bounce. Really hustles through the crease, doesn't he?
He does.
He's got the follow through at the back end of that.
He's got the follow through of a 30 or 40-year-old, not a 50-year-old.
Yeah.
But they're the Murphy brothers are obviously the twins are out here. I think they're 49 and 360 something days.
Well, I thought today was their birthday, hence why they've been selected. No, not quite.
No. They can play against Australia A, but they'll be playing against Australia tomorrow. I think tomorrow's their birthday.
Wybird working it out to the offside. Of course, the Kiwis made their debut over in Wentworth yesterday and fell a little short in the end of that run chase against the Aussies.
Yeah, they were. They were a little bit disappointing at that middle order. They got off to a flyer, and then they had to rebuild, and then they kept losing wickets at critical moments throughout the course of yesterday's game. So I think there was a bit of rustiness and a few cobwebs in their game yesterday. I think we'll see a stronger performance here by the Kiwis.
Outside the off stump, and Wybird's going to pick up some runs there. Ground is in fantastic order here at Chaffey Park in Merbeen. The wicket looks an absolute belter.
Yes, Tony Trinic's done an amazing job preparing this wicket. He's been working on it for the last couple of weeks in readiness, and I was out here last night and checked it out, and it's a very impressive deck. It's probably the best deck I've ever seen at Chaffey Park. That's how much work they put into it. It's obviously very white. It's a Santarana grass, but you'll see a little bit of tennis bally bounce, and it plays a little bit slow, but same for both teams again.
Kratzmann just working back and defending. It's the sort of wicket that you will play a lot more off the back foot here than you normally would.
Yeah, you will.
In any other tracks around town. Yeah,
you need to count to 3 before you play a shot.
Yes, otherwise you'll get through it that little bit too early.
Yes.
So over the last couple of days we've seen targets of mid to high 220s order of the day. You think that's going to be on the agenda again?
I would think that with the speed of the outfield here, I can see a score of up around 300 today.
Okay.
I really think that the Australians will be, that's the target they'll be aiming for.
Yep.
They'd be disappointed if they got anything less than that.
Into the first over. And Australia none for one, as we can have a look at the lineup there. Ash Hardy to follow at number 3, Mark Little, Jed Mensforth. Not quite sure that Bradley Perdue will be coming in that particular position.
I don't know that was a batting order. Mind you, Brad would be telling everyone.
Oh, yeah. There's not a shadow of a doubt about that.
No. I can see Ash Hardy padded up, so...
He may well come in at 3, but maybe...
Brad won't come in at, what was it, 5
or 6? 5, yeah.
Yeah,
Post 3, it might be a little different. And we've got Kelvin Scott who'll take the ball. His second over, and played a really good role the start of the innings yesterday for the Grey Caps. His first 5 overs coming at a cost of only around 3 runs per over.
Kelvin was saying that he was looking forward to bowling on this pitch. He said that this sort of wicket will suit his bowling. So
yep.
Be interesting to see how he goes. I brought him out here earlier in the week for him to have a look at a number of grounds, and he liked what he saw when he walked out here. There's a lot of grass here, Telf.
Yeah. If you're a bowler, this is one that you'd like to play on, that's for sure.
The wicket will take a spin as well.
Which
later.
We haven't really seen much
No,
of
we haven't.
in
No,
the last couple of days.
It'll be interesting to see how the spinners go from all teams over the next 2 days.
You feel like this is a ground and a wicket surface that will see a bit more flight, a bit more air in the ball than what we've seen in the last couple.
Yeah.
Kiwis making a couple of changes today. Matt Everest and Scott Mason having a rest. Of course, the two Murphys will make their debut, and Bird Horner will be our wicketkeeper in this first session as well.
Ardle's just spending a little bit more time getting his field placements right, so
he's got a deep backward square, and pretty much a ring field outside of that.
Yeah,
looking to put some pressure on the ones. Foolish length delivery, and they'll find some runs there. Putting pressure on that ring. But straight away from Kelvin Scott, we can see some good hoop. The ball coming in from off to leg. We now have the opportunity to take the ball away from the left-handed Kratzman.
And early on, Kratzy's very susceptible to that ball going away from him outside off stump, so he'll be mindful of that and being very conscious to either let as many balls go, I would think, early on.
Going to come around the wicket now, Scott. Right onto the perfect line and length. Kratzman can only defend. John Gary is stationed in there at first slip. Kratzman pushes down the ground. Can't find a gap. So once again, Scott off to a very tidy start.
I think the batsmen today are all just going to feel earlier to get a feel of the pace of the ball, because there's been a lot of discussion about how this wicket will play throughout the course of the day. So you'll see most batsmen will be very tentative early, just getting the feel.
It's not quite as true as the McLeod Oval surface, is it?
No.
Kratzman looking to work the ball again through the offside, but he's unable to pierce the field. Kiwis will be keen to keep the Aussies around that 3 runs per over mark in this first power play. This time Kratzman is using a bit of extra width outside the off stump to pick up a couple. Some good coverage from the Kiwis in the outfield to bring the ball back in. But straight away we can see, Telf, that ball certainly travelling across the surface a lot faster.
Yeah. I don't think you'll see too many 3s run today.
No.
Plenty of 4s.
Yep.
I think the boundary square of the wicket is around 58, 60 metres and 65 metres straight.
You feel that Simon Murphy and Richard Petrie may all be difficult propositions on this surface here at Chaffey Park?
I think they will be, yes. You can't afford to bowl short on this wicket because it does sit up, and we all know, obviously, Mark Kratzman loves anything short. So
nicely worked by Wybird. Back at a point. Gets through for a couple.
A lot of intent yesterday by Paul Wybird before he got run out.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed he can get the Australia A off to a great start and obviously get some runs on the board for himself personally. if we get an opportunity, it'd be great to actually get him in to talk about his Sydney to Hobart.
Yeah, you were talking
efforts.
about that the other day, yeah. Murphy is taking that one away from the right-handed Wyburn and through to the keeper. Yeah, one of the ultimate sporting events, really, to compete in something like that.
Definitely. He was talking about the last day coming into Hobart and how high the waves were and how scary it was.
Yeah. Wyburn takes it on, hits it down the ground. I'll pick up a couple. Nice throw back in from the deep there by Mark Murphy. Got the interesting anomaly today. We've got a couple of 22s out there for the Kiwis. Bert Horner wearing 22 and Mark Murphy also with 22. But
sharing shirts, are they?
Oh, Bert behind the stumps is obviously makes it a little easier for us in the outfield.
Yes, true.
Looks like Scott Murphy's pushed his mid on just back a little deeper.
And straighter.
Yeah. Again, Wyburn showing intent, hitting the ball through the offside. You get the feeling he'll enjoy that extra pace coming onto the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Murph bowls an outswinger.
Yep. One angle down the leg side.
No run.
Tidy piece of work from Bert Horner behind the stumps there. Having a chat a little earlier this morning and asking the question about where the boys have been whining and dining the past couple of days. We'll get back to that in a moment. So a nice line and length from Murphy.
You can see that tennis ball he bounced there. Where
yep.
You can nearly afford to let it go over the top of the stumps.
So number for 8, Australia Ray, after 3 overs. Now Spanish Bar and Grill, or the Mildura Grand, has been keenly patronaged. Also the Pizza Cafe too, I believe.
Yes, last night a meal with the Kiwis at Pizza Cafe, and Joseph Carazza there was an excellent guest.
He would have been in his element, I would have thought.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
It was a great night, and it was quite interesting watching the Kiwis order their meals last night. They started with lemon meringue pie, I think.
Started? Is that right?
They came out at the same time as their pizzas, and they were into their lemon meringue pie last night before they tucked in to their pizzas, and then after that, I think we ended up at the brewery.
Yep.
Caught up with the Aussies. I think Aussie team were in there and catching up with a few of the locals, and I think at the end of the night we ended at Enjoy Wine.
My goodness.
Yeah, so a brewery, Enjoy Wine, and Pizza Cafe.
Yeah, almost as busy off the field as it is on Telf.
It is, yes. That's what 50s cricket's about, though.
Yeah,
whenever they come to town, they're out, whining and dining every night and enjoying each other's company and, making new friends.
Kelvin Scott once again. As he looks to tighten the screws on the Aussie run rate. Keeper up to the stumps, so putting the batsman a little bit of extra pressure. Tom Kratzman is looking to force on the off. Just hasn't got going as of yet.
No, very patient mark today, I feel, especially with the ball going away.
Tom Scott just forcing him back into his crease.
Well fielded by Ardle there at short cover.
Just dropped right into the zone, hasn't he, Kelvin Scott? Just picked up exactly where he left today.
Good opportunity for the Kiwis to get through a few overs here with, while maintaining a low run rate.
Yep. Just the one slip for the Grey Caps. John Gary in there. And another very tidy over from Kelvin Scott. He's through 2 overs, none for 3. Australia none for 8 after 4 overs. It's the Tri-Series game coming to you from Chaffey Park in Merbein, top of the state as far as Victoria is concerned. As you can see in the pictures, the main road through into the township of Merbein. We'll see quite a few vehicles passing through that zone across the day.
Especially with the winery at the back of the oval.
Yep.
But it is also a freight hub for the northern part of Victoria as well, with a train coming up from Melbourne through the Mildura city, and the freight hub is based out at Merbein.
So it's Scott Murphy once again, Simon Murphy, sorry. Interesting to see if Wybird looks to try and take it on again. Just marshalling a man originally down at deep fine. Looks like they're going to bring him around a deep backward square. Just dropping that one short, and Wybird active once again. Pick up a run into the offside.
A great story from this morning's pre-game activities. Australia A were taken into the clubhouse here, and Jeff Charlesworth, the umpire at this end, organised a catch-up and a message from Doug Walters to the team.
Fantastic.
So I believe he gave them a bit of a rev-up, a bit of a pep talk, and then the players had the ability to ask questions to Doug Walters.
That's great,
so,
yeah.
And Dougie's going to be joining us at the T20 end of the festival.
This time Kratzmann is hitting out into the offside, outside of the 30-yard circle. Takes the score to 10. We're in the 5th over. This first power play. The Kiwis winning the toss, electing to field.
So that would have been a real buzz for the players, before they take on the Kiwis.
Yeah.
To have that opportunity and obviously listen to and then speak with one of the legends of the game.
Again, Wybird strong on the off.
Straight to the fieldsman though.
Certainly looking to tick it over. Get Australia off to a good start here. Just angle down the leg side as Wybird looked to take advantage. Certainly some territory out there on the mid-wicket boundary.
Are they talking tactics or have they got a problem with the ball?
I'm not too sure.
Maybe just a word of advice from the King.
Yeah.
King Richard.
Wybird this time.
Uppishly.
Yeah, just swiveled his bottom handle a little on the bat, didn't he? And he just lost control, but managed to keep it safe. Picks up a single. As we've said earlier this morning, just that tennis ball type bounce Can see you threw your shot a little bit early.
Yeah, it just has that tendency to hold up a little bit.
Yep.
Here at Chaffey Park. And that bottom end is a little bit softer than the top end traditionally also.
Murphy just losing control, sending it down the leg side. Yeah, no, I went out and had a look about half an hour or 45 minutes ago, and you're right, just at the end where Kratzmann is, certainly firm, but you can sort of still get a bit of a push down to the surface as well. Angling back into Kratzmann. Murphy really
remonstrating with Jeff Charlesworth to give it out.
Belligerent, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Looking for the decision to go his way.
There wasn't a lot of support from behind the wickets, was there?
No. That's the end of the over, so 5 down. And the Australians none for 12, so it's been a really tidy start from New Zealand here in this third Tri-Series game. Petrie now also dishing out the advice to Kelvin Scott. He's right in the game there, isn't he? Fielding it at mid-on.
He's a very, very knowledgeable cricketer, Richard Petrie, obviously having played, international cricket for the Black Caps. And everyone, looks up to and listens to the great man.
Yep.
Whenever he's speaking. He holds a presence.
So it looks like they're going to do away with the slip now. Some extra protection in the ring.
No gully, but a squarish fly. Slip, I guess you could call that.
Yeah.
Pat?
Yeah. It's an interesting position, isn't it? Certainly anything fine or dab down towards third man's going to get through there. Scott once again running his fingers over the seam, getting some nice curve.
I think he has a similar bowling style to you, doesn't he?
Silko? Is he coming off the wrong shoe? I'll have to have a
I'm
closer
not
look.
sure. Maybe not. Not quite.
That time he straightens one up.
Playing a miss.
Quite often for the in-swing or outswing bowler, the one that holds its line can be the most dangerous one.
Yes.
Wybird compact in defence.
We need to recognise the Merburn Cricket Club for magnificent support and setup at the ground today.
Yep.
Obviously, the Trinics have been working extremely hard on preparing the wicket, but the work they did prior to the game with setting up of all the marquees and providing all the power out here as we sit on the edge of the boundary rather than back in the clubhouse, it's really, really good setup.
I was talking to Shane Trinick, of course. He's done a lot of work on the wicket square here in Carlo Longeri. They're really thrilled to have. They've got a lot of cricket going through that square even before the start of the local season, but they're totally up for it.
No, they want us back. They want us back, and we're only day one here, so
yep.
They've even been offering us to come back if we get caught with any wickets that go down throughout the course of the next 10 days.
Of course, we will return here tomorrow, and they'll play a role in the T20 tournament as well next weekend. Kratzmann is going to find a run there as there's just a little fumble.
Yeah, great running. Just a slight misfield by, I think it was Murph. Must have got a bad bounce. Yes, but talking to Carlo and also Maxi Trinick. They're really keen to get us up to Kenny Park next year with obviously the new facilities up there. And
That's exciting, that development, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really is.
They're talking about lights as well.
Yeah.
So hopefully next year we can see some games played under lights, which would be a great experience for all of our over 50s players.
Yeah. So end of the 6th over, Australia Ray none for 14. Wybird is 9. Kratzman is 4. And it's been a really impressive opening stint from our openers from the Grey Caps. Simon Murphy has really done a good job. Kelvin Scott has just been difficult to get away, hasn't he?
He has. Bowled great lines. No width. Off the pad, I'd say that one.
Yeah, Kratzman able to work it away, pick up a single.
Oh, we're also looking to catch up with Glennie Gabb, the wife of Richard.
The great
Gabb.
Richard Gabb, yeah.
Yeah. So she's part of the South Australian over 40s veterans ladies team,
Righto.
who are hosting the Nationals in Adelaide this year.
Yep.
So she's going to come on and have a bit of a chat about that with you later on.
I look forward to that. When's that tournament set to take place?
It's in November, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think they've got 16 teams coming, but I don't want to steal Glennie's thunder and give too much away. But she's very much involved in the organising of that, as well as organising the South Australian ladies team.
I was talking to Richard Habe yesterday from the ATCA. He was certainly remarking about how women's cricket has become a real factor for them as well.
Oh, it definitely has. It's like veterans cricket. It's the fastest growing area.
Once again, good pressure from Wybird and Kratzman. We'll get through for another single there. False nest. Kratzman just pulls away at the last moment. New Zealand just adjusting their man in the deep down at fine leg. If he just dragging it down, he was putting in a half appeal there just to maybe deter the umpire from putting his arms out there.
I was having a look at the numbers overnight on our SOC TV, Pat.
Yep.
We're up to 3,500 views over the 2 days. Magic numbers.
Gotta love that. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Foolish length ball from Murphy as Kratzman's squeezing it out onto the offside. You feel those numbers will even increase once we get into that T20 stage of the Spirit of Cricket Festival.
It will indeed. We're looking, based on the numbers that we're currently receiving, we're expecting somewhere between 20 and 30,000 views over the 14 days.
Kratzman tucking that one round the corner will pick up a single.
And those numbers themselves just show how much interest there is in veterans cricket.
Yeah.
But let's wait and see. Let's wait and see where we land.
Yep. Of course, our broadcast, as far as the T20 end of the competition is concerned, will be based out of Sarah Oval.
It will indeed.
And Mildura.
And B Live will be fully responsible for the production with 4 cameras, production crew of 4 as well.
Yeah.
Action replays. It's going to be an exciting viewing experience for all of our punters in the Spirit of Cricket. and also the razzmatazz that T20 franchise cricket brings to the world.
Murphy gets through the back end of his 4th over, none for 11. Wybird is 10, Kratzmann 4. Australia Ray are none for 18. Paul Engels down. Just brushed the pad on the way through to the keeper Bird Horner. That's the end of the over. Australia Ray are none for 18. And New Zealand would have to be thrilled with this start, keeping green and gold under 3 runs and over. Midway through this first power play, we'll take a break after 15. Haven't made the breakthrough yet, but they have certainly been able to keep the runs down to a minimum. As Telf mentioned, Kratzmann just taking on a set here. There's different for us. Chaffey Park in Merbein. It's not again right of money. Continues to prove a difficult proposition, Kelvin Scott. None for 5. He's 4th over. This time Kratzmann gets a bit of width outside the off stump. So he leans back and takes it down behind point, picks up a couple. Kratzmann again looking to find that gap on the offside. This time Kratzmann swings it to leg, just behind square. Get through for a couple. Ball returned in by Darren Sears in the deep. End of the over from Kelvin Scott. He has none for 9 from his 4. Australia A none for 22. The end of the 8th over. Paul Wybird is 10. Mark Kratzmann is 8. So it'll be interesting to see how long Australia Ray will continue to push around. They might look to start to take on New Zealand bowling, as it looks like Murphy will take a break from the change room end here at Chaffey Park. And Damien Grant will come into the attack. Aided by the conditions here. Breeze at his back and the natural slope away of the ground towards the road, so he'll be coming downhill with the wind. It's the ideal combination for a bowler. So New Zealand still with the man deep at fine leg. Protection on the offside in the ring. Skipper Adil Samani now is just going to station himself at mid-wicket. See if a bowling change doesn't swing a breakthrough here for the Grey Caps. Ball outside the off stump, bit of a loosener there from Damien Grant. Time pack of a length delivery has worked away into the offside there by Wybird for no run. Reasonably tidy yesterday. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. And this time has managed to claim the scalp of Paul Wybird with the ball just going away outside the off stump and comfortably accounted for by wicketkeeper Bert Hornet. So the change in that opening attack has brought through the first wicket for New Zealand. 1 for 22 Australia right now. The 9th over, Wybird caught Hornibold Grant for 10, and a similar story to the other day where Paul had got himself going nicely at the top. Just unable to go on with the job. So now, period of consolidation for Australia as they look to build this platform. As we've seen over the opening couple of days, targets of 220 to 230 have been set. As we see Ashley Hardy coming to the crease now. New Zealand were able to make the early breakthroughs yesterday, picking up a brace of wickets at the start, the tally at 22. Had the Australians at 3 for 34 at one stage before partnership between Tony Clark and Richard Gabb really got things rolling for the green and gold, and then it was Waddington and Trindle at the back end, taking the score from 175 through to 6 for 227 at the closure of the 45 overs. So perfect start for Damien Grant. As Hardy looks to get himself settled in. Kiwi's just adjusting that man again down at deep fine leg. Straightening up that delivery there as Hardy works away under the onside. Bit of width outside the off stump as Hardy looks to cash in. As the fieldsman been home in there at backward point. And as opposed to yesterday, where New Zealand certainly had their field pretty deeply set out on the ring with a slower outfield in Wentworth. Certainly in that half a dozen strides to cash in and restrict the single as Grant gets through his opening over. 1 over, 1 maiden, 1 for none. So perfect start for him. Australia 1 for 22. 9 overs gone on this first power play. We'll get to a drinks break after 15. New Zealand then able to move an extra man outside of the fielding restrictive circle. Kratzmann now looking to take on the challenge. In at the crease now. Half an hour or so. Kelvin Scott just outside the off stump, allowed to pass through to the keeper by Kratzmann. Once again, employing that 4th, 5th stump line outside off. Pace off that delivery. Fuller length. Bowls with great variation, Kelvin Scott. We saw that come to the fore yesterday over in Wentworth. Kratzmann's looking to hit down towards extra cover. This time Kratzmann finds the gap on the offside, so advances his tally along to 9. 1 for 23. Steady start from Australia, Ray. Scott just making an adjustment to his field. Got a man in at short mid-wicket now. Full length delivery. Hardy plays down the ground. As we heard from Telf earlier, it's a period of transition. As Hardy will pick up a single. Batsman adjusting to this surface here at Chaffey Park in Melbourne. Into the over from Kelvin Scott. 5 overs, none for 11. Australia are 1 for 20. Australia Ray 1 for 24 at the end of the 10th over. So we can see the worm there. New Zealand have done a fantastic job to keep it around that 3 runs per over. Just under at the moment at 2.4. A little more cloud cover today locally than what we've seen over the past couple of days. Heading for a top 20 degrees, currently 16.6. Certainly comfortable conditions for this Spirit of Cricket Festival. Grant is bowling that one into the pitch, outside the off stump. Hardy looking to be busy. Turn the strike over. This time he's going to get reward for his efforts there on the offside, and it looks like it's going to go all the way it will for a boundary. Beautifully timed by Ash Hardy. Takes that Australia rate tally up to 1 for 28. Had a solid base there and back and across. Well balanced and timed it beautifully. Full length delivery outside the off stump, just cramping up Hardy a fraction. Nature of this surface here in Merbein often lets a lot of runs and boundaries being scored square of the wicket on the offside and the onside. This time the ball going through to keep a Bird Horner. Not quite the carry and bounce that we saw over the border over the past couple of days. Once again, Hardy busy working the ball down to mid-off for a single. New Zealand just moving their man down the ground across to deep fine leg. With the left-handed Kratzmann on strike. Full delivery, inside edge, just missing the stumps. We'll go down towards that man at deep fine. A stroke of luck for Kratzmann there. So we're through 11 completed overs. Australia A 1 for 30. Kratzmann is 10. Hardy has moved along to 6. And the Grey Caps continue to keep a lid on this run rate in the early going, this first power play. No doubt skipper Adil Samani will be weighing up his options post the drinks break. I'll look to Darren Sears and taking a little pace off the ball. We've seen a lot of the opening 2 games of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series tournament. Australia picking up victories in their first 2 games. Once again, Scott probing outside the off stump. Once again, full. Kratzmann looking to try and find the gap down the ground. Really giving nothing away at the moment, Kelvin Scott. He's right on the mark. Craftsman not electing to advance or open up his stance to try and free up some room on that offside. This time he's just knocking into the onside, looking to try and find a single. This time Kratzman is timing nicely through the offside. Chase out there. The grey caps, so they'll pick up 3. They'll build a little for Kratzman. 133, Australia A, and this the 12th over. Very relaxed stance at the wicket from Ash Hardy. I think just put Kelvin Scott off his work there momentarily. Into the over. 12 gone. 1 for 33. Just the 1 wicket to fall in this opening session. Paul Wybird caught Hornibold Grant for 10. Kratzman is 13. Hardy is 6. Damien Grant, our wicket taker. 2 overs, 1 maiden, a 1 for 6. So we've got a car that's parked in behind the sheds here at Chaffey Park, which is delivering a bit of reflection from the sun. Just a brief pause in play while we wait for the owner of the vehicle to move on. As we can see, skipper Adil Samani, close attendance with his bowler there, Damien Grant, just workshopping some ideas. Grey Caps will be able to push an extra man outside of the circle once we move into the second power play. Drinks break coming up at the end of 15. Looks like we're set to go once more. Kratzman a long stride forward, pushes back to the bowler. Wicket square here at Chaffey Park looking in good order. Earlier than normal start locally. The Sunraysia Cricket Association season generally gets underway the first weekend in October. So Durban South Cricket Club have done a great job to get this facility up for a fixture of this standard. Kratzman once again watchful in defence, just waiting for an opportunity. The Australian team certainly over there, first 2 encounters, were slow to start but managed to build through the mid part of the innings. Grant goes outside the off stump, allowed to pass through to the keeper. A bit of extra shoulder on that one from Grant as Kratzmann pushes the ball out towards mid-wicket. Looks like Darren Sears is loosening up in the outfield. We might see the left armour in operation shortly for New Zealand. Oh, hesitation as Kratzmann turns it around the corner. Ash Hardy was busy backing up and he scampers through for the single. So the man will go back to deep third man now with the right-hander on strike. Mark Murphy station himself around 5-10 metres inside of the boundary line. Probing length once again from Grant as Hardy looks for the single in the offside. There's no run into the 13th over. 1 for 34 Australia, Ray. Mark Kratzmann is on 14. Ash Hardy is 6. And the Kiwis continue to do the job here in this opening power play. Run rate at 2.62. And we'll see a bowling change. Darren Sears being brought into the attack just to take a little bit of the pace off the ball. He was effective yesterday over in Wentworth. Picking up 1 for 39 from his allotted 9 overs. Just fine-tuning his field with Captain Adil Samani. There's a man out in the deep on the onside, deep mid-wicket. So has a deep cover. Elected to keep his men straight on the ring though. So let's see if this change of pace will suit Kratzmann. He might look to get after it a little here. Short ball is turned around the corner. To the man at deep mid-wicket for a single. Kratzmann 15, Hardy 6, 1 for 35. Kiwis winning the toss and electing to field again as they did yesterday. Looking to extract any early advantage from this Chaffey Park Merbeen surface. It's the 2-man deep square either side of the wicket for Sears. He comes in now to Hardy. Hack across and striking nicely out towards the man at deep mid-wicket. And we'll get through for 2. Hardy showing the intent there, just getting on top of that short pitch delivery from Sears. This time pushing the ball through a little quicker. We'll head out into the offside for no run. Extra bounce that time from Sears. Taken out into the offside from Hardy. Once again, the Kiwis have got their field set well. A little straighter this time, angling down the leg side. It's a bit of work from Robbie Frew in the outfield there. Sears again hustling through. Into his first over, none for 3. And Australia A 1 for 37 after 14. Kratzman is 15. Ash Hardy is 8. We're just 1 over away from our first drinks break, and of course we'll move into the second power play. Cloud cover today, Merbein, allowing for pleasant conditions. Breezes favouring this clubroom's end of the ground. Grant continues now into his 4th over. As Kratzman looks to advance, he's squeezed up though by a full-length delivery. Green does well to hustle through. New Zealand would love another breakthrough here just prior to the drinks break. Richard Gabb is padded up, ready to go. As we've seen from him over the past couple of days, he will certainly head out there and take it on. Kratzman is going to beat the field on the offside. Get back for 2. As Samani makes chase, they'll comfortably finish with 3. Kratzman now to 18. It's 1 for 40 in this 15th over. Tom Hardy's hitting free into the covers, but Kelvin Scott does the job in the field. Deep third man, deep fine leg. And outside the circle, his first power play. As Grant gets a little nibbler away from the outside edge of Hardy and through to the keeper. Beautifully bowled by Damien Grant. Working his way nicely into this spell. The full-length delivery. Pushed out into the offside, fielded by Darren Sears. So 1 ball to go before the drinks break. Hardy just trying to steer the ball into the gap on the offside. No run. That's the end of 15. Australia Ray are 1 for 40. That's our first drinks break of the morning. We'll take a short break and we'll return with the live action shortly. And we're set to resume after that opening drinks break here at Chaffey Park in Merbein. Game 3 of the Tri-Series, Australia A up against New Zealand. Kiwis winning the toss, electing to field again today, and made a good start to this, 1 for 40 after 15 overs as we move into the second power play. Joined by Australia A opening bowler Chris Lanigan. Thanks for having a chat with us, Chris.
No worries at all. It's nice to be here and a lovely day here in Mildura.
As we see Darren Sears in operation again, the left-arm slow bowler. Just talking before we jumped on the headsets, you're another one of the Queensland posse, a part of this crew?
Yeah, quite lucky. There's a number of the Queenslanders in our side, and also a number of guys that not necessarily hail from Queensland but play in the Queensland competition as well. So it's a nice group and to have some friendly faces around, as well as our tremendous teammates from interstate.
As Kratzman able to work that one around the corner for a single. Played, of course, on the Monday over in Wentworth. How did you find the conditions there? Pitch is quite hard and some good true bounce suited the keeper?
Yeah, the pitch there was pretty good. There was obviously quite a slow outfield. The pitch played itself was pretty good though. Some nice sideways movement with a bit of grass on there, but the bounce was very true, which helped both batting and bowling sides.
As Hardy backs away, gives himself some room through the offside. Pick up another single. This pitch's a whole different ball game, really. A lot more grass cover, and it has that tennis bally sort of bounce. So it's certainly good for seam bowling. You'll seem to find a bit of nibble, I reckon. But balls that are short tend to stand up a little. Yeah.
Speaking to the batsmen out there, Ash and Mark, at the drinks break, they're saying something very similar, that those shorter balls are sitting up, and the New Zealand bowlers are certainly bowling some good lengths there, which is making it a little bit difficult to score at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how it continues to play through as the day goes on.
Kratzman looks for the single there on the offside, but he's turned back by Ash Hardy. Going into the game, obviously, with the toss going the way of the Kiwis, they elected to field. What was the target in mind at the end of your 45 here?
I think we'll be looking around that 200 to 225 mark if we can get there. We're just obviously a little bit uncertain how the pitch is going to continue to play for these next 15 overs, and I think we'll reassess a little bit once we get to the 30 over mark. But at the moment, that's sort of where our goal is sitting towards there right now.
So that's the end of the 16th over, 1 for 42 now, Australia 8, Kratzman 19, Hardy is 9. That's certainly been a very competitive tally in the last couple of days, hasn't it, that 220, 225 mark?
Yeah, I think so. Both teams batting first, obviously Australia batted first in both those occasions, and were able to post that number around that 225 mark. So I think that's certainly a good starting point for the teams batting first, and if we can continue to maintain that momentum, we'll certainly be in the game and have a total to try and defend, I think.
Australia had great success in building slowly and then really taking off through the middle part of the innings over the past couple of days.
Yeah, they've done very well in both those scenarios with the intent that they were showing throughout those middle overs, and I think that our game plan here is to do something similar.
Yeah, Richie Gabb is a man that likes to take it on, doesn't he, straight from the outset?
Yeah, he's not certainly shy in coming forward, Gabby. So he'll, if he gets the opportunity to get out there, we'll certainly see that from Gabby when we get there. So Ash bats very well in a very similar vein as well. So hopefully we can start to see some of that as well.
This ball goes down the leg side from Damien Grant. Wide called. How have you found the new balls that we're using in this Tri-Series tournament?
Yeah, the RJR ball's very good. We used the one we used the other day, held up very well for the 45 overs. They move very well through the air, and also have a good seam on them. That's very conducive with the two pitches we've sort of been showing at the moment. So
Hardy expansive through the offside, finds the gap, and will pick up a boundary. So Australia now to 1 for 47.
Yeah, very nice shot by Ash, that one.
So it's a similar Duke-style ball, isn't it, to the UK?
Yeah, able to speak to the actual makers of the ball and speaking to them, it's probably more a little bit like the Reader ball, this particular one we're using, more so than the Duke. And they're holding up very well. They're a really good ball to use, and they feel really good in the bowler's hand.
Hardy looking to find a gap there behind point, well covered by the Kiwis. I guess with both the surfaces we've had over the first couple of days, the outfields have been pretty lush, and there's been lots of grass coverage on the pitch. So that does help for the ball to survive as well.
Yeah, it does, and like lovely conditions, obviously for bowlers. We've had a nice breeze here on each day that we've played so far, and certainly no different here today. And those lush conditions are making the ball stand up very well.
This time Grant's going past the outside edge of Hardy's bat. Just an early tip for when you get out there in the afternoon. The preferred end, I would have thought, would be from this clubhouse end, downhill and with a breeze behind your back.
Yeah, I'll certainly be looking to bowl from this end. We'll have a little bit of a say in it, so that's a good thing. But the plan will be probably myself from this end and one of the other bowlers from the other one. That's what we're looking at the moment.
It's Hardy just pushing back to the bowler, talking to Chris Lanigan from the Australian A team, of course. Chris, your Queensland heritage. Tell us a bit about your pathways and journey to get to Vets cricket.
Vets cricket, I started playing a couple of games when I was late 40s and moved into just our Brisbane sides, and having played a number of years of grade cricket earlier on in my career. So the path into Vets cricket was quite smooth, and able to play with a number of guys I played grade cricket with throughout my career was always the most enjoyable part about coming on board with it. And I think a lot of the representative stuff that's come from there is just a real bonus. If I'm honest, it's about being able to be out on the ground with some good mates and meeting new ones as we get into the representative stuff.
So did you have a period where you stopped playing and you returned? Did you just managed to play through?
No, I did have a period away from the game, work and kids and all those sorts of things that a number of the Vets crickets have sort of gone through, and come back to the game sort of in my late 40s, and was able to still have a few skills, I guess, which was good. I didn't sort of lose too many of them, but it was certainly nice to get back into the game that I've played since I was very young.
Yeah, I think we tend to see batsmen are able to push through that sort of high 30s, early 40s mark a little easier than the bowlers, of course, taking a lot more strain on the body.
Yeah, it's funny, we were actually talking about that over dinner a couple of nights ago, about how the batsmen seem to have been able to maintain their momentum, and it's a little bit harder for the bowlers on the body as well, even at this age, and being able to back up for 2 and 3 days in a row is probably a little bit more difficult from a bowling perspective.
So we return now with Darren Sears, 1 for 49, Australia 8. Giving that a little extra flight, and the edge goes down to short third man. They'll pick up a single. Talking to Telf earlier, I sort of feel this is a ground where we might see the slower bowlers be prepared to give it a little bit more air today. Yeah,
I think so. The type of wicket it is, there's certainly a big thatch of grass sort of underneath the top level as well, so I think we'll see a bit of turn, especially a little bit later in the day, and there's been a little bit already at the start of the morning for that as well.
So as far as the Nationals are concerned, which are coming up shortly, Queensland look to be the team to beat once again.
Yeah, we've got another strong squad of players to pick from. We're still working through from a selection perspective on what those teams will look like for Div 1 and Div 2. But being able to be part of that winning side last year, and the Queensland side will certainly be looking towards to back it up at the Nationals in Newcastle this year.
Bowled by Sears. Kratzman knocks it down the ground for a single. Talking to a few of the other boys over the past couple of days, they're looking forward to Newcastle because we know the facilities and the setup there is first class, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good around that Central Coast area. I was fortunate enough to be part of the Nationals for the over 40s there a couple of years ago in the Central Coast area, and there's certainly some really good facilities and good grounds, and the wickets themselves are certainly conducive to batting more than bowling, but by the same token present good games of cricket as well.
Good fielding by Richard Petrie down the ground there to break the stumps, but Hardy was safely through, made his ground. Edging towards the end of the 18th over, Australia 1 for 53. Got that run rate almost back up over 3. As Kratzman leans back and finds the gap beautifully. Times it nicely. Ball tends to run away down towards the road there, but Petrie's able to retrieve. They'll pick up a couple. And score advances to 1 for 55 at the end of 18 overs as we continue to chat with Chris Lanigan from the Australian A team, who informs me that he'll be coming in at number 10 quite later on in the innings.
Yeah, quite. But we've also got a couple of pinch hitters there, so we'll see what happens with the score later in our innings.
Talking to Telf earlier that the boys have not only enjoyed themselves on the field, but there's been plenty to get stuck into after the games as well.
Yeah, it's certainly a lovely town, Mildura. Very surprised at the amount of restaurants and bars that are around, and also how busy they are. Like we went out for dinner the other night, and it was on Wednesday night, and it was like every restaurant we sort of walked past and went into was certainly packed, and a lovely area around Mildura as well. So looking forward to being here. I'm staying on for the T20 comp as well. So. Lovely area of the Victorian region up here in the tropical north, as they say.
Tropical northwest, yes. It's divided a few. It's not only online, but in town as well. It's a new marketing ploy from our Mildura Tourism Board. It seems to certainly have made a bit of impact, that's for sure.
Yeah, just I guess it's a nice branding for the area, and they've certainly turned on the weather for us over the last few days since we've been here. Obviously a bit of a breeze been blowing, but the weather itself has been magnificent.
Yeah, we've kept the rain away. I don't think we've had a decent bit of rainfall for quite a long time now, but as you said, the wind is pretty notorious to this region at the start of spring. It generally tends to blow up a little.
Does it? Yeah.
Hopefully it might start to settle down as we move back into next week. And then we move into T20 mode, as you suggested, on the AFL Grand Final Public Holiday Friday, I reckon it is. And who are you affiliated with franchise-wise?
I'm part of the Saxon Kings side.
Okay.
So we're hail out of our owner Paul's out of Victoria. We've got a very strong squad of players with there's actually 3 or 4 of our Australia A side that's part of the Saxon Kings as well. So yeah, certainly looking forward to the T20 tournament as we go forward and get through the next part of the Tri Series and then back up again for the T20s.
As we see Mark Murphy into the attack from the clubhouse end.
Shot.
Taken down towards fine leg. We'll pick up 2. So it's a really solid base your boys are putting together here.
Yeah, very good start. Nice, and only 1 wicket down, and a very good delivery that removed Paul Wybird, and setting up ourselves nicely to launch sort of towards the back end of the innings, I think.
Hardy advancing, looking to find the gap on the offside. Kiwis have been pretty astute with their field placings over the past couple of days.
Yeah, they're fielding very well. They've got some guys with some really strong arms and also very fast to the ball as well. So you've got to be very careful about that from a batting perspective and watching those particular fielders.
Hardy just losing his shape a little there as he tries to hit with a bit of force on the offside. How do you go with, obviously, over the next couple of weeks, a lot of repetitive cricket, recovery-wise?
Yeah, it's quite crucial, I think, especially at our age. Things take a little bit longer to recover, and we were quite fortunate to play one day and then have a break. But the pool in the hotel getting quite a workout. Yep. Just from a recovery perspective of an afternoon, and our physio / chiro Ross is very adamant of it, that we're all hopping in there and doing the right thing. I definitely liken it to an ice bath because it's very cool of an evening, I can assure you.
Yeah, Ash Hardy picking up 3 there, nudging down towards third man. So he's certainly looking to be busy since he's arrived at the crease.
Yeah, just the way Ash plays, and always a busy player, and always looking to rotate the strike as well.
Grey Caps didn't really get going with the bat yesterday, but we saw enough at the top from John Gary to think that he's going to be another man to keep an eye on this afternoon. Yeah,
I think so. Their opening pair certainly aggressive, and they batted well together yesterday. And I think, the entire top order from the New Zealand side had a little bit of a start there, I believe, and obviously we're looking to try and break that as quickly as we can when it's our time to bowl.
This 45 over format of game, which is obviously allowing a 9 over maximum for each bowler. Yourself, do you like to try and maybe push through the back end of that stint to get to 6 or 7 in your first spell?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, depends on how the game's going. I bowled 9 straight first day, and quite capable of doing that. And it saves that hassle of coming back and
Nothing
potentially
worse,
doing different injuries and that sort of thing. So as long as the game is working towards that way, that's the way things go. But happy to bowl at the back end as well as required as we need to.
See, he's just straightening one up there outside the off stump. Certainly gets animated over his deliveries, doesn't he?
He has been, hasn't he?
A lot of spinners generally tend to think that every ball is a wicket ball.
I think especially when they're on a wicket that's starting to turn a bit for them, I think they start to get a little bit excited about that too.
Just throwing that one down the leg side. Wide call by the umpire. No sign of Richard Petrie yet, which I find interesting.
Yeah, a little bit strange, isn't it? So I guess they've got a couple of debutants today, so maybe trying to give them a bit of a bowl first and then go from there.
And the run to the Aussie score. 1 for 62 on the 20th. Like the look of Simon Murphy. He's got some zip about him.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? He bowled really well up front there. So, and I think they've got a couple of guys that do the same thing, and obviously Richard got a few wheels on him as well.
Yeah. Kratzman swings one down.
No.
To deep fine. Hint of a second, but sent back by Kratzman there.
Yeah, wouldn't be running on that arm.
We saw a few run-outs yesterday, didn't we? I think it was 4 or 5 across the 2 innings.
Yeah, there was, and I think that was one of the guys that made one of those run-outs early on as well.
Hardy swings into the deep on the onside, picks up the single. Talking the other day about the T20 format of the game, that it's certainly pitched in favour of the batsman from a bowling perspective, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But I guess the sixes are probably what put bums on seats rather than the wickets. But it needs both of us to play the game. So
that's right.
I think the newer balls that we're using are a little bit conducive to swing and seam, which puts a little bit back in some of the bowlers' favour a little bit as well.
So Kratzman picking up another couple there, so he's starting to build nicely here. 26, 1 for 66. Almost through 20 overs here at Chaffey Park in Melbourne, third tri-series game. Kratzman just knocking down towards mid-on. And there's no run, so 1 for 66 off 20. Kratzman 26, Hardy is 24. Partnership has yielded 44 from 69, so they've got it moving nicely now, haven't they?
Yeah, moving along very nicely here right now, and a little bit of consistency in the run rate since the drinks break as well.
Talking to Telf earlier this morning, it's great to see the anthems for both countries with the Trans-Tasman rivalry, of course, and there was a bit of a glitch in the electronics where the Kiwis just took it upon themselves to go a cappella. I thought that was outstanding.
Yeah, they were certainly outstanding. A couple of the boys there with some really good voices, weren't there? And they were able to belt out their national anthem with some pride, as they did it with unaccompanied by any musical background. Yeah. And speaking to a few of the boys, like myself, we were very glad there was some musical accompaniment for the Australian anthem.
So Mark Murphy will continue from this clubhouse room end, Chaffey Park. So we can see the field now. Kiwi's able to push that extra man outside of the restrictive circle. I've got a man deep mid-on. They've got a man also a deep backward square, and looks like one out on the point boundary as well. Just making the looks like they've got a man straight here at long off as well. So 4 outside the ring, I think, in this second power play.
Yeah, and they're making use of that fully at the moment with Murphy starting to bowl.
Nicely bowled, as just takes a little pace off that one. Fuller of length, just cramped up Hardy a little as he's looking to try and advance. This time he's hitting through the offside, but once again the Kiwis got it covered. Nicely struck this time down the ground by Hardy. Will pick up a single. So as far as the T20 format is concerned, we were speaking to a few of the other boys. I was talking to Phil Melville yesterday, and he said he didn't really encounter a lot of it at the back end of his grade career. Of course, it's only coming into vogue in the last 10 to 15 years, so you played a bit of it yourself?
Yeah, quite similar. It certainly wasn't around when I was playing grade cricket, but played a little bit of T20. We did have an over 40s T20 comp in Brisbane for a number of years.
Yep.
So played a little bit of T20 around that sort of stuff, which was good. And if I'm honest, from an older player perspective, it was quite a good format. You only from 4 overs from a bowling perspective and that sort of thing. So, however, 2 games per day when we get into the series could be a little bit more of a challenge.
Absolutely. Hardy again, timing the ball beautifully down the ground. Bit of work in the field though. We'll push through for the single.
Good sharp single, that one.
Yeah, Hardy looking really to advance and be aggressive now. It's the sort of wicket that takes a little time to get settled, but once you're in.
I think so. I think it's a little bit of a difficult wicket to start on. Boys starting to hopefully make a little bit of fruit on.
Kratzmann will work that one around the corner for another single. Score goes to 1 for 70 at the end of 21. Kratzmann is 27, Hardy is 26. And the only wicket to fall so far was Paul Wybird, who was out caught Hornabolt Grant for 10. Partnership now approaching 50, 48 from 75.
Yeah, good recovery from losing Paul early on, but these guys have pulled it back nicely. Some
intrigue over the past couple of days or so, of course, with the unfortunate injury to Owen Gilchrist and as to who would replace that wicket-keeping role in the main team. Of course, Simon Milton pushing up and playing with the A team, as it were. But squads, I think both you boys had squads of around 13, 14, so there's obviously a bit of option to draw upon.
Yeah, we were lucky to have a little bit of option there. I think there was 13 in our squad and 12 in the first one. So, yeah, very unfortunate for Owen. He's a good mate of mine, and he's done a lot of hard work to get here, and certainly unfortunate for Owen to have that injury. But Simon get the opportunity to go up to the Australian side now and keep for the next few games.
Kratzmann stepping back and hitting the ball to the offside for a single. Queenslander Chris Lanigan from the Australia A team joining us for a chat here at Chaffey Park in Moorbeen. As we branded top of the state of Victoria, tropical northwest Victoria is what we now know Mildura to be. Yeah.
So it's interesting, a little bit of cloud cover today. We certainly haven't seen any of that for the last couple of days. So
it's quite warm in that opening day, wasn't it?
It was very warm in the opening day as we sort of came through there.
Hardy forcing on the onside, but can't beat the field. What time is the brekkie call to get ready for day's play?
Breakfast is really good, actually. We're going to one of the restaurants just around the corner from the hotel.
Yep.
First brekkie calls at 6:30, so
okay.
I think most boys are on deck pretty early to get in that first realm, and obviously preference to the two sides that are playing each day. And but yeah, they're supplying a really nice breakfast and certainly enough nutrition to get through the day, and a bit of variety there as well, which is pretty good.
50 partnership now up between these two, Kratzmann and Hardy, from 79 deliveries. So they continue to really build a base here for Australia, Ray. Down the leg side, it stays down a fraction, but Kratzmann controls it nicely out towards the deep wicket boundary for another single. It is a ground that we certainly locally generally tend to see a lot of runs scored square either side of the wicket, not necessarily straight.
Yep.
And just that tennis ball bounce really prevents you to play with a lot of confidence down the ground.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that type of wicket in the first 20 odd overs here at the moment. That square of the wicket seems to be the better scoring options.
Hardy getting down over the top of that one beautifully, times it nicely. They need to run for those. It's going to go to the boundary for 4. So Hardy advances now to 31. The score is 1 for 77 after 22 overs. Might just keep you one more over, Chris. We'll let you get back to the boys in the marquee. It's great to see the crossover of all the boys from the different states, and you make friendships that become lifelong, don't you?
Yeah, you do. It's quite amazing, really, how I think we've all got everyone's been through something in their lives when they get to this sort of point, and being able to still play the game is certainly very enjoyable. And to meet up with these guys and learn their stories from what we've all sort of been through, it's really interesting, and you do make mates for life. And having been on the veteran scene for a couple of years now, and being able to speak to guys in other states and all that sort of stuff is a really important and really enjoyable, I must say.
There's Kratzmann once again out to the deep on the offside for a single. Have a little local representation of the A team with Brad Perdue and Jed Mensforth, locally here in the Sunraysia Cricket Association. And our guys have got a fairly decent commitment to be a part of the SA veteran scene, to make the big journey across every second week to play in Adelaide. Yeah,
speaking to Gabby, our captain, and Jed and Brad, going down and making a big commitment there, but sometimes playing both Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Saturday up here and Sunday down in South Australia, so big commitment from them, and two really great guys that are making really positive contributions to our side. It's always nice to have some locals in the side as well. They know where things go on around the town, and
exactly right.
They can give you some guidance around that, which is also nice.
Yeah, give you some inside information into the conditions as well. I think Brad's played at the majority of clubs locally here in town, so he certainly spent some time here at Chaffey Park playing for Merbein South, so we know this ground pretty well.
He does know it very well. He's very knowledgeable. I was actually in the car with him yesterday, and we dropped in here late in the afternoon to have a look at the wicket, and he was already giving our local insights to how it performed then. So
once again, Hardy advancing and finding the gap down the ground for a single. Pushing that one through a little quicker this time, Murphy. Kratzmann unable to find the gap. This time a bit of pace off and more flight. Just puts Kratzmann back into his crease. End of the 23rd over, 1 for 81. Kratzmann is 31, Hardy is 33. Chris Lanigan from Australia, Ray. Thanks very much for dropping by and having a chat.
Thanks for having me.
No worries.
Okay.
We'll let you get back over to the marquee, and hopefully we'll certainly see you in action in the second session. Maybe a bit of a cameo late in the day with a bat as well.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. Thanks very much. See ya.
As we continue on here at Chaffey Park, our third Tri-Series game. It's part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. Australia... Nothing like a friendly local fly to pop in at the wrong time, but Australia, as I was trying to say, enjoying victories in their opening 2 encounters over in Wentworth the past couple of days. So they've got themselves well set at the top of the table at the moment. Kiwis making their debut yesterday. They'll be keen to atone, get themselves back with a little momentum. Looks like we've got a bowling change. And it's going to be Ben Homan coming to the attack. Still, as we said when we were having a chat with Chris, no sign of Richard Petrie, whether he's saving himself for the latter overs in this first session. Once again, as we take a look at the field set here in this second power play. New Zealand employing a man deep at mid-wicket. Homan fully start, ball swinging in from after leg, ball knocked down the ground comfortably by Hardy for another single. We have a man out at deep mid-wicket now for the left-hander, also that deep cover position. And a man out at long off for the left-hander as well. Pulls that one into the wicket, and it's dealt with nicely by Kratzmann, times it. And that will go to the boundary for 4. So he moves along to 35. Australia 1 for 86 in the 24th over. Cloud cover is certainly allowing for the ball to swing. Homan will be keen to pitch the ball up a little more this time, as he does, and Kratzmann is forward and just defending into the onside. The short delivery, and it's taken down towards fine leg. There's no one down there on the boundary, so that will get away once again for a boundary, and Kratzmann really starting to move into second gear here. 39 from 68. It's 1 for 90, and this is the 24th over in the opening session from Chaffey Park in Melbourne. We'll be back here tomorrow for Game 5 of the Tri-Series, the All-Australian encounter. As Kratzmann this time is opening up through the offside. Homan just struggling to get his line and length. Nicely worked away by Hardy. Towards the point boundary, they'll pick up another single. So the end of 24. Australia A are 1 for 92. Kratzmann is 40. Hardy is 35. So partnership now worth 70 from 93 deliveries. And as we can see, the worm is really starting to move its way north, which is exactly what the A team will be looking for. Really looking to launch the commencement of that third power play. Mark Murphy into his 4th over. He's bowled 3 overs, no made none for 12. Hardy stepping right back there, controlling it nicely through the offside, picks up the single. So after that early breakthrough from the Grey Caps, Australia really have consolidated here in this first session. As Kratzmann digs out a fuller length delivery from Murphy. Kratzmann just pulling away there. Maybe more of those friendly Merbean flies distracting his attention, as this time he's digging another one out there outside the off stump. Tidy set this one from Murphy, just the one off it so far. Full pitch delivery is pushed out through the offside. Good effort from John Gary. Got a hand to it. Couldn't prevent the single. Short delivery from Murphy is dispatched down to the fine leg boundary. They'll pick up a couple. Four off the over. So at the end of 25, Australia 1 for 96. Kratzmann is 41. Hardy is 38. So run rate now starting to approach that 4 runs and over mark. Grey Caps still have options up their sleeve on the bowling front. Skipper Adil Samani's leg spin proved to be handy yesterday. Richard Petrie also may see some action in the middle, though he's just coming from the ground momentarily for a brief spell. Homan looking to just tighten up a little after he's opening a over of his spell. This time he's able to push the ball away from the left-handed Kratzmann, but still able to find a run down towards long off. Weather once again on point here in Victoria. Tops around 21 degrees locally. Hint of breeze just to keep the players refreshed. Kiwis looking for another breakthrough as we head towards the back end of this second power play. It's Hardy's back and across and looking to find some room there. Backward a point, nicely fielded by Scott McCarty. Full length delivery, it's worked down towards mid-off for a single by Hardy. So the Aussies really starting to tick that scoreboard over, picking up the ones and twos. On the ball, just angling across the left-hander and through to the keeper. Targets around 220, 225 have been set over the past couple of days. As a full-length ball is taken down the ground, long off for a single by Kratzmann. He's now 43. Dash Hardy is 39. 1 for 99 Australia, Ray. This 26th over partnership is 77 from 104. Homer's just going to push his mid-off back to the boundary. Hardy hitting out into the offside, but ball fielded well there by Kelvin Scott. That's the end of the 26th over. 1 for 99 as Hardy looks to make a change with his gloves and take a drink for good measure at the same time. Just look at the bowling figures there. Kelvin Scott once again impressive. 6 overs, 1 made, none for 14. Grant, the sole wicket taker so far. 5 overs, 1 made and 1 for 17. You can follow the live scores online at live.nvplay.com/au. Comprehensive coverage of this third tries encounter. As we return Mark Murphy, who thought for one moment was going to bowl with his cap on, who decides to take it off. Kretzmann finding space down the leg side. They'll get back for a second. Darren Sears throws the ball back in from the deep. So Kretzmann now 45. That brings up the 100 for Australia, Ray. 1 for 101. Kretzmann driving through the offside. Nicely fielded by the Grey Caps. Ben Homan doing a good job there to prevent ball getting through the ring. So Kretzmann is this time sweeping to leg and looks to have got all of that as it goes down to the boundary for 4. 1 for 105. So that run rate edges ever closer to 4 per over. Kretzmann sweating for any width. Down the leg side, foolish delivery, got down low, controlled it nicely. Kretzmann working the ball back at a point. Picks up another single. Heavy. Kretzmann bringing up his 50 with those runs as well. So it's been a really solid knock so far from the Aussie opener. This time Hardy turns the ball down for 1 on the onside. Kretzmann watchful in defence this time as we get through the end of 27. 1 for 107. Kretzmann 50. Hardy is 40. Partnership now 85 from 111. Really is setting the tone as a great launching pad for Australia A as they look to set a challenging target for the Grey Caps. Australia making 223 and 227 in their 2 outings over at McLeod Oval in Wentworth over the past couple of days. And those tallies have proven enough, albeit that Australia made a fair fist of their chase on day number 1 to fall just 12 runs short. Herman bowling full once again. There'll be a misfield there on the ring by John Gary, which will allow the Aussies to get through for a single. Approaching midday local time here in Merbein, northwest Victoria. As a short of length delivery is worked nicely into the onside by Kratzmann. Chase out there from Damien Grant will be unsuccessful, so another boundary for Australia A, 1 for 1-2 in the 28th over. So we have another look at that one, just short into the pitch, and Kratzmann strong with the bottom there, getting the ball to ground. This time another short length delivery as he gets over the top of it. Hits it out to deep mid wicket. That scoreboard continues to tick over. Run rate now to 4.11. Stepping back and giving himself some room this time, Hardy. Pushes hard for 2 and will get back comfortably. So another profitable over for the green and gold. 8 from it so far. This time Hardy goes downtown towards long on. Managed to pick up 2. Was a catching opportunity there initially. Unfortunately, Sears just coming in a little early. Quite judged the flight of the ball coming down towards him. So Hardy now to 45. Once again, he's hitting with confidence. Down to long on for another single. And that'll take us through 28 completed overs here at Chaffey Park in Merbein. Australia A 1 for 118. After being sent into bat this morning by New Zealand in this third Tri-Series game as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. As we have a look at that run rate graph there, things are certainly moving in the right direction as far as the Aussies are concerned, as they look to build a strong total in this first session. Kiwis now may look to ring some changes with their bowling rotations to try and make the breakthrough. Mark Murphy continuing from the clubhouse end. Gives that one a bit of flight. Hardy opens up through the offside. This time it's ball with a bit of pace off. It didn't bounce much. Hardy misses everything. Just carries over the stump space of the keeper, so they'll pick up a bye. That one certainly didn't quite bounce as much as Ash Hardy expected. In fact, it's been given as runs off the bat, so maybe an under edge. Still Kratzmann kneeling down and delivering. So he hits the ball out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. That is the 100 partnership between these two. 101 from 120. And they really have got things moving beautifully after that early dismissal of Paul Wybird. The opening power play this morning. Murphy a quicker one into the pitch. Kratzmann will to knock it out towards back again. They'll just get single this time. Certainly Grey Caps desperate for a breakthrough here just to halt the momentum of the Aussies. It's Murphy, quicker delivery. They get through for another single. Certainly keen to take the ones on when they're on offer. So final ball in this sixth, Mark Murphy over. This time giving it a little bit of flight outside the off stump. Kratzmann entertaining the single to short third man, but no run. And the end of 29, Australia A are 1 for 125. Kratzmann is 60 from 86. Hardy 48 off 62. As we have a look at the Manhattan, a couple of double figure overs in the last half a dozen. Has seen that run rate now up to 4.5 and over. And it looks like Kelvin Scott's going to be reintroduced into the attack from the far end. His opening spell, 6 overs, 1 made, none for 14. So I'll be looking to just put the screws back on that run rate once again. Still plenty in the sheds too for Australia A. Richard Gabb scheduled to come in next. Jed Mensforth also likely to play a role in that middle order. You look to get after it. So key stage of the game here for the Grey Caps. I'll look to try and just hold the momentum. As Hardy opens up again through the offside, pick up a single to the man at deep cover. So cloud cover really starts to move in now. Scott is going to change his method here. Move around the wicket to the left-handed Kratzmann. And there is going to be a single there at the last moment. As the ball just snuck through past the fieldsman on the ring. And Kratzmann advancing now to 61. Following on from his 48 on the opening day, so he's in really good touch, Kratzy. Playing a very important role at the top of the order for Australia A. This time Hardy looks to go big onto the onside. And that will bring up his 50. Batted with great intent in the game so far, Ash Hardy. And it's been a great foil for Kratzmann here in this partnership, which is now worth 106 from 126 deliveries. Kratzmann backing away and looking to find some room on the offside. Just lost his balance. So we're almost at the end of this second power play. Players will enjoy another drinks break shortly. Once again, Kratzmann is giving himself some room. And picking up another single out there on the offside. So, final ball of the second power play. Hardy goes down the ground for a single to long off. And after 30 overs, Australia A are 1 for 130. Kratzmann is 62 and Hardy is 51. And that is drinks. Players getting in readiness now after that second drinks break. We move into the third power play, and Australia are really well set at 1 for 130. Partnership between Kratzmann and Hardy now to 108 from 129 deliveries. As Grey Cap skipper Adil Samani is looking to maybe return to his fast man at the top, Simon Murphy. See if they can get this all-important breakthrough. Australia with wickets in the shed have got themselves into a really good space here. Target of 230, 240 is potentially on the cards here. 15 overs remaining, and of course we'll have an extra man allowed outside of those restrictive circles. Kiwis can protect the boundaries. Latter stages of this game as Murphy just loosens up. He's ready to resume from this clubhouse end here at Chaffey Park in Merbein. Of course, moved across the border today from New South Wales into Victoria. Top of the state, Merbein. Home of the Merbein South Cricket Club locally. Here in Mildura, the Sunraysia Cricket Association. Hardy just stepping back outside the leg stump and flashing through into the covers, but ball fielded well there by Darren Sears. Murphy into his fifth over. Hardy once again trying to force on the off. Sears is up for the challenge. So it's a tidy start on resumption here for Simon Murphy. One of the faster men in veterans cricket circles. It's beautifully worked by Hardy down the leg side. Scott McCarty is just going to be able to retrieve that, but they will get back for a third. So great running by the Australian A boys. It's Hardy now 54. Kratzmann is 62. It's 1 for 133. And this is the 31st over. Run rate now at 4.36. If you're just looking to add a little bit of extra protection in the ring on the offside for the left-handed Kratzmann. Certainly some space to be had inside the ring on the onside though. We're just a man at mid-wicket. Kratzmann getting down low once again and timing that one nicely. Out to the long-on boundary. Get the feeling I think he'll enjoy that little bit of extra pace coming onto the bat now as well. Gets that low centre of gravity. Keeps his balance and controls those shots beautifully. This time Kratzmann goes down the ground. It's got some purchase on it. Some great work from Kelvin Scott in front of us here in the broadcast position. Saves the boundary. Kratzmann back for a second. And a tough back end of this over now for Murphy. 9 from it. Australia 1 for 139. Fulham outside the off stump. Kratzmann unable to find the gap there as Ben Homan manages to tidy up for the Grey Caps. So 31 gone, 1 for 139. Kratzmann is 68. Hardy is 54. Partnership now worth 117 from 135 balls. As Kiwi skipper Adel Samani looks to go back to Kelvin Scott. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. Certainly been the most frugal of the Grey Caps bowlers in this first session this morning here at Chaffey Park in Merbein. It's tri-series, 45 over format, maximum of 9 overs per bowler. 3 power plays in operation. 3 men outside of the circle in the first 15, and 4 between 15 and 30, and now in this third power play. 5 men outside the ring, permissible. Scott just angling into the body there of Hardy, who can't find a gap on the onside. Hardy swinging away, it's high and into the point region on the ring, and the catch is beautifully taken, running back with a flight by Ben Homan. So that's the breakthrough that the Kiwis were desperately looking for. And Hardy has to depart with his score on 54. And Australia now 2 for 139 in this, the 32nd over. Partnership has been broken shortly after the resumption of that second drinks break, as we see the new man Simon Nish coming out to the crease. Hardy certainly delivering that platform for the A team to really launch now at the back end of their innings. Be disappointed that he's thrown away his hand, but it was a great dig nonetheless. Still a tick over 13 overs remaining, so Nish has got a little time just to get himself in. As we've discussed earlier in the morning, it's the sort of pitch that takes a little bit of time to adjust to. There certainly is some gaps in the field on the onside. Nish is straight away into his work as he takes full toll of that short pitch delivery from Scott and takes it to the boundary on the onside. One of the rare times that Grant has dragged one down short of a length. Nature of this wicket square. Ball generally stands up and asks to be hit. Simon Nish obliging there. This time a full length ball is driven out into the covers, no run. Pace off that one this time from Scott with his customary line. He's currently owning it just under 3 runs per inning. Just ask the question of the umpire as it strikes the pad, heading down the leg side, ends of the 32nd over. Australia A 2 for 143. Kratzmann remains not out 68. There she's 4. And Scott picking up a nice little reward in that over, his first wicket of the innings this morning. So that's Simon Murphy just in discussion with his skipper. Just resetting his field. Looks like he wants to bring his man up from the third man boundary. In fact, his deep fine leg is going to come up under the 45 on the circle here, I reckon. Deep third will remain. There's also a deep point. And they have ran out straight at long on and long off as well for the left-handed Kratzman.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not surrounded by compliments. Well, I had it in the phone, but... Oh, yes. We just need to expand our chat group.
Scott now is going to come up from long off, just onto the ring.
I'll have him beaten severely.
Murphy short outside off stump. Ball is turned around to backward square by Kratzman for another single. He goes to 69. Just trying to hone back in on his areas after a good opening set, Simon Murphy. Certainly taking a lot of time over his field placings. Nish is forced back by that one as he knocks the ball to the man in gully there. Scott McCarty. Ball down the leg side. Murphy was interested in that LBW shout. It's going to be leg buys. Australia A will add another run to their tally. 2 for 145 now in this 33rd over. Full length delivery. Beats Kratzman outside the off stump. Through to the keeper, Bird Horner. Kratzman certainly has been measured about his approach. He's taken advantage of any width outside the stumps. This time looks to give himself some room outside the leg stump. Murphy saw him coming and pushes it wider outside off, but just went that little bit too far. Ends up being a wide, so an extra delivery in this over. Has done for 22 so far, midway through his 6th, Simon Murphy. This time he's bowling a full-length ball. This is just angling back into the left-hander. Kratzman again showing that intent to give himself some space. Vance at the fast man, just not quite judging the line of that one as it beat him through to the keeper. Full pitch delivery from Murphy is pushed out into the covers. Kretzmann will get through for a single. He goes to 70. Niche is 4. It's 2 for 147 after 33. Australia A batting first after being sent in by the Grey Caps here at Chaffey Park in Merbeen. This is Game 3 of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Tournament. Their opening couple of days over at the McLeod Oval in Wentworth produced victories for Australia, so they sit on top of the table as it stands right now. They have a break today. They'll be back in action here again tomorrow at Chaffey Park, taking on Australia 8. So both of these sides desperate to get off the mark. Kelvin Scott now into his final 9th over of the contest. As Kretzmann goes aerial and over extra cover, picks up another single. Run rate now approaching that 4.5 per over mark. No doubt the Aussies will be keen for a tally somewhere around 220, 230 from here. The Kiwis once again just make some adjustments to their field there on the onside for the right-handed Niche. Watchful in defence, pushes to mid-off and a good single. Putting the fieldsman in the ring under a bit of pressure there. Niche happy to turn the strike over to the informed Kretzmann. Short ball which has worked around the corner. Head towards deep backward square. Pick up a single. Plenty of cloud cover today, which we haven't seen a lot of over the past couple of days over the border of New South Wales. Niche capitalising on another short length delivery from Kelvin Scott. Will bring up a boundary as the Australians now move to 2 for 154 in this 34th over. Only a couple of times today Scott has just dragged that one down and once again dispatched by the Australian A batsman. So 7 runs from the over so far. Nish has certainly got to work here. He's moved to 9 from 8 deliveries. Full ball outside the off stump. There's Nish. Looks to pick up the quick single. But the Kiwis had good coverage inside the ring there. Nice work from the skipper Samani. Shout for LBW. Ball just angling into the pads there of Niche. Unable to make connection. And that's the end of 34 overs here at Chaffey Park in Merbeen. Australia A 2 for 154. This third Tri-Series Tournament contest as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. We'll move through this 45 over stage of proceedings into T20 mode come next Friday. As Murphy looks to resume once again from the clubhouse end. Kiwis would love another scalp here, just to bring a fresh man to the crease. Kratzmann swings out towards the deep backward square boundary. Well protected by the grey caps. They'll pick up a single, the Aussies. 2 for 155. Nish is hitting that shorter length delivery backward a point, timing it nicely for a couple. He has really looked to take the game on during his 15-minute stay at the crease, going at a runner ball. Keep it now coming up for Simon Murphy. As Nish again is hitting behind square on the offside. Score moves to 2 for 158. Kratzmann looks to advance and heave to the onside. Again, the ball maybe not quite getting up as high as Mark might have thought. Passes through to the keeper, who has moved back to his regulation position behind the stumps now. Kratzmann getting underneath that one. There's a gap out of mid-wicket, and he will go all the way for a maximum. Just a slight error in judgment of his line there, Simon Murphy. And Mark Kratzmann certainly didn't miss out on that opportunity. Strong through the court, Kratzmann. Again, that bottom hand paramount as he finds that gap at the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 79 now for Kratzmann. Nish is 12, 2 for 164, run rate at 4.71. 10 runs from this Murphy over so far. As Murphy just takes a bit of pace off that one. Comes out to Sears, who's stationed out there at long on. Gets it on the bounce. And single as a result. So 2 for 165 now, Australia Ray at the end of 35. 10 overs remaining. Kratzmann is 80 off 102. Nish is 12 from 12. This partnership quickly building. 26 from 22. So a bowling change to be expected here now that Kelvin Scott has completed his 9-over stint. Scott McCarty is going to be our man. He'll be operating on that far end of the ground. led the charge for the New Zealand boys in their a cappella version of the national anthem. A bit of technical issues here earlier this morning. He's got a job to do now here. Midway through this third power play. Bowling to Kratzmann, who's well set. A swing from off to leg there as the ball tucked down the leg side. McCarty just asking the question, the umpire. Kratzmann opening up the face, trying to work it into a gap on the offside. Nicely stopped there by John Gary. Beautifully played from Kratzmann. Gets down low. Swings it away towards the fine leg boundary. As he moves along now to 84. Perhaps not one you'd expect to see in the textbook, but was well controlled. Got down low over the top. Went to ground. Certainly found the middle of the bat. No problem at all. As if Tom McCarty is bowling hard into the deck. As Kratzmann has got enough on that to find the gap on the offside and pick up a couple. Nish was entertaining a third. Kratzmann just happy with the two. Certainly time enough for him to bring up 3 figures here in this game. 9 overs remaining. Kratzmann again. Heading out to the deep on the offside. He'll pick up another couple. So another good over for Australia, Ray. 8 from it so far. Partnership now at 34 from 27. Kratzmann just defending into the offside for no run. So 36 gone. 2 for 173 Australia, Ray. Kratzmann is 88. Simon Nish is 12. And quite significant progress with that worm. It's the Aussies looking to advance that run rate into the 5 RPO territory. Just waiting to see a change of bowler here from the club room's end. Damien Grant is taking off his short sleeve sweater. He'll step out his run. Five overs, 1 maiden. 1 for 17 on his opening spell. Enjoy the breeze at his back here. The natural downward slope of the ground towards the road, so good momentum for a bowler coming in from this end. So we've got a man at a deep backward square, deep third man. Man at deep point. And now along on to join the long off for the right-handed Nish. So 9 overs remaining. The A team looking to really push on here. He's hitting sweetly through the offside. Picks up 2. His timing's been exquisite since he's come to the crease. This time he's pushing down towards long on. Kelvin Scott will do the job here. Kiwis just addressing how many men they've got outside the circle. They are permitted 5, of course, in this third power play.
One more, Kelvin. One more.
Man, a deep fine leg is going to come up onto the ring. Deep point. Deep third man. There's also 2 out on the onside. Full length delivery is hit with timing. The man there at backward point. As the breeze just starts to freshen a little here in Merbeen. Ball hit down the ground in the air, and Kelvin Scott manages to get his hands around it as it was going to ground. And that is the end for Mark Kratzmann. He's on his way for 88. Stellar knock from him, though, to really set up this Australian A attack. And another wicket for Damien Grant. 2 for 20 now, and he's 6th over. As we watch the replay here. I think we've just come in just a little bit late on the back end of that, but just looking to find a gap there. Coming down the ground towards long off. But unfortunately holds out. Catch taken there by Kelvin Scott. So Richard Gabb is our new man. Coming in at number 5 for Australia Ray. As Kratzmann gets a great response from his teammates here on the sideline. Fantastic innings. So this is tailor-made for Gabb to come in and just hit the go button straight away. Nish has the sheet anchor role to play now. He's the man that's settled and been at the crease. To continue this forward momentum for the A team. Gabb's trying to swing to leg with that first delivery. Appeal for LBW, but he'll hustle through for the leg bite. Signalling his intentions right from the outset there, Gabb. To go long over that mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs so far from this grand over. 2 for 20. Nicely taken downtown there by Niche. Picking up the single there towards long off. That's the end of the 37th over. Australia Ray 3 for 178. Niche is 16. Gab yet to score. And our fall of wickets so far this morning. Paul Wyberg was out. Caught Hornibold Grant for 10. Kratzman last man out. Caught Scott Bold Grant for 88. And Hardy caught home and bowled Scott for 54. So once again, the Aussies really building through this mid part of the innings. We're looking to put together another telling partnership here at the back end. This third and final power play. Run rate is currently at 4.81. There's McCarty's return from that far end. The Australians pick up another couple. They continue along at this rate. They'll be on track for around 215, 220. No doubt they'll be looking to really increase momentum here in the remaining 7.5 overs. 10 around the corner there by Niche. And they'll get 2. Six to 8 runs per over has certainly been safely attainable in recent times without a great deal of risk. As Niche goes long out to the mid-wicket boundary and gets great reward. Another boundary, so he moves to 24 from 18. And the score now 3 for 186. Square boundaries have certainly been of high profit for Australia Ray in this first session today. And already, with minimal risk, 8 runs from this over. This time, McCarty is going past the outside edge of Niche's bat. So he'll look to run it down towards deep third man. And this time, McCarty bringing the ball back in from off to leg and going through Niche. And one of the few occasions we've seen the Zing Bales in operation so far in this Tri-Series tournament. And Niche is on his way for 24, so an important breakthrough for the Grey Caps as they're trying to hold this momentum. 4 for 186. So we review that decision. And now 2 fresh men at the crease for the A-team. Gives the Kiwis a chance to just dry things up a little. Jed Mensforth is coming in now at number 6 to join Richard Gabb. Played a bit of cricket during his time here in Sunraysia with Mildura Settlers. Been taking on the job as head coach of Nursery Ridge this season, as they, along with a handful of Redcliffe Cricket Association clubs, come into the SCA competition. Henceforth is defending, pushing back to the bowler for no run. Into the 38th over, 8 from it and a wicket, 4 for 186. With Gabb and Mensforth yet to score. McCarty getting through his second over. The figures of 1 for 16. So 7 overs to go. It'll be interesting to see how Gabb takes this challenge on. Will he look to just get himself set? Or will he look to really get things rolling here? Mark Murphy's going to be reintroduced from this clubhouse end just to take a little bit of the pace off. So, looks like he's got 3 men out in the deep on the onside for the left-handed Gabb. So has a deep point and a long off. So he has a job to do here, Murphy. Gabb again looking to try and hit across the line. But he'll be targeting that mid-wicket boundary. Murphy bowling the ball short of length into the pitch as Gabb freely swings to leg to open his account. Sort of Mark Kratzman has been one of the form batsmen of the competition so far. Picked up 53 on the opening day, 37 yesterday in the second tri-series game. And as I said a few moments ago, this situation is tailored for him. Loves to be active, get the scoreboard ticking over. Full ball and Mensforth swinging around towards deep backward square. Will pick up a single. Quicker pace delivery. Will be called wide. Thought I might have brushed the thigh pad on the way through. Kept forward initially, then onto the back foot. Dropping the ball down on the offside to pick up a single. And Murphy gets through the defences of Mensforth, who was trying to muscle the ball down the ground. So another wicket for the Grey Caps. Certainly does prove to be a good way to halt that A-team momentum. As we take another look at that one, Murphy quicker through the air. Mensforth looking to get into a position where he could open up his front pad and hit down the ground. So he'll be disappointed. Makes his way off the ground. As Jared Wyeth is the new man there in for Australia 8. So things poised at an interesting stage here. The partnership between Hardy and Kratzmann was in full flight. Australians were potentially on track for a score around 230, 240, but with a couple of late breakthroughs from the Kiwis. We're back to around that 220 mark as per what we've seen over the opening couple of days of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale Tri-Series tournament. So Murphy retaining similar field here as his key posts on the onside boundary protected. Run rate now at 4.89. Nice start for Wyeth as he just swings it around down towards long on to get underway. And at the end of 39 overs, Australia 8, 5 for 191. Gabbers 2, Wyeth is 1. Murphy has bowled 7 overs, has the figures of 1 for 36. So as you can see, after a couple of solid partnerships through the early mid part of the innings, things have just dried up a little bit for the green and gold. Credit to the Kiwis, have really rolled the sleeves up and got right back into this contest now. So it's McCarty once again. As Wyeth assesses his options. Keen to obviously get the scoreboard going north here. 6 overs to go. Takes the single down towards mid-off. So for the left-handed Gab. And out at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Was one deep at backward square, but it looks like he might be coming up onto the ring. 2 men deep straight. And there's also 2 out square deep on the offside as well. And on the onside is just going to come around to deep backward square. McCarty really spending some time over his field placings here. Just trying to make sure he's got the right amount of men in and out of the ring. This one is headed down the leg side. Gab, disappointed he didn't make connection with that. I'll pick up the wide as a result though. This time he's just backing off outside leg and opening up some room on the offside and pick up a single. 5 for 194 now, Australia A in this 40th over. 45 over contest. And In this third power play, the Grey Caps can have 5 men outside of the restrictive fielding circle. Full ball for McCarty, and has been adjudged to be LBW. So Jared Wyeth now on his way. And New Zealand really have shown some spirit here in the last half an hour or so. Regular wickets, bringing fresh men to the crease. McCarty pumped to pick up his second wicket. Has 2 for 19 in his third over. So it's going to be Guy Randell now. And as we mentioned through the course of the morning, sort of wicket that's not easy to acclimatise to straight off the bat, especially when you need to come in a situation where you've just got to get the ball moving. As Anthony Telfer rejoins us in the broadcast position. Pretty decent fight back this from the Kiwis, Telf.
Hello. Yes, it's been amazing. I've been sitting back in the clubhouse getting some NV play training.
Ah, there you go.
And I've been watching people proceeding in and out over the last 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah. It's nice work from Randell to get himself off the mark. As we mentioned earlier this morning, sort of wicket, it's hard to get yourself going straight away, isn't it?
It is, yes. And obviously we saw Kratzy very slow early, but got going, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Batted very nicely.
Yeah. What did he end up with? Do we know?
Yeah, he finished with 88.
Oh, wonderful.
As Gab steps inside, that one hits it out towards the man at a deep backward square. And Kelvin Scott in the action once again. Another wicket falls. McCarty now has 3 for 20. So
Well, they're not going to get to 300 like I thought.
no, and we thought maybe 230 or 240 was on the cards, but maybe that's going to be a little bit too far away at this point of time as well. Just a regular fall of wickets here at the back end. We continually keep getting the fresh men at the crease, which is making it hard to get that platform moving north here. So run rate is 4.9. 5 overs remaining after this ball. First time that Gab's missed out in the tournament so far. Had some consistent performances over the opening 2 days.
Yes, obviously the team game obviously first
Yep.
and foremost, and they're obviously looking to try and, score quick runs now in the last 5 overs. So did the right thing. Obviously just didn't get onto it and probably hitting into a slight breeze as well. So
Might have heard that in the ground effects, Mike, from Richard as he was coming off to the marquee there.
as we know, Gabby's got a lot to say, and he did make it quite clear that it's not an easy pitch to get going straight away on, because it does play slow.
So Mark Little is our new man as he manages to open up his account, pushing through to the covers on the offside. So into the 40th, 7 for 196. McCarty now 3 for 21 through his 4 overs. And now you can see that clump of wickets there at the back end.
5 wickets.
Yeah, in that 4 or 5 over time frame there has really put the scales back in the Grey Cats' favour somewhat. And obviously runs on the board always paramount health, but they certainly are looking at chasing a target a lot less than what they might have thought they were 20 overs ago.
Yeah, the Kiwis will definitely be very happy with how they've been able to pull the Aussie A team back. So I think we're going to be looking at probably a similar score to what's been set in the previous 2 games.
So we wait on Mark Murphy, who's into his 8th over. 1 for 36.
The slower of the Murphs.
Yes. Yes. He'll enjoy this surface. There's a bit of purchase to be had. And he gets through another one with that quicker delivery as Little was going back across his stumps. So all of a sudden, the A-team could be in danger of batting out their full 45.
Wow, yes.
Remarkable, isn't it?
It really is. Funny game, cricket. The one thing I did notice just watching those two deliveries was that is it Mark Murphy?
Yes.
Yeah. Straight back to the top of his mark, spins and turns and comes straight back in.
Hustles through, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, and that obviously, unsettles the batsman and puts a little bit more pressure on them. And potentially we just need to, or the Australian batsmen as they come out, maybe just need to take a little bit more time and step away and prepare themselves before Mark Murphy's, on them.
Take him on their terms as such.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been quite a remarkable third power play for New Zealand boys. Australia now have got to fight hard to, at the very least, bat through their 445.
Yeah, deep into the tail now.
Yeah. Grey Caps have been able to achieve this all without having to go to Richard Petrie with the ball as well, which is encouraging as far as they're concerned moving ahead in the Tri-Series.
Rest the big fella so that he can concentrate on his batting and take full advantage of this excellent batting deck, I would say. Obviously, Mark Kratzman made it look like it was a beautiful deck to bat on, but he did it obviously pretty tough early while he was adjusting to the pace of the pitch.
Just built his house slowly in stages, didn't he? Got it going. But as we mentioned earlier, bulk of the run scoring notoriously on this ground is square of the wicket, and he certainly did capitalise there when there was a bit of width offered. This one from Murphy is full. Randell just edging off towards short third man.
Squirted down there, and Richard Petrie found himself on his hands and knees.
They've really tightened up the ring, haven't they, now, with the fresh men at the crease?
You watch Murph turn around, get back straight to the top of his mark.
Yeah.
And he's in.
Randell's advancing, then opening up into the offside. Gets through for one. And a second as they come back at the non-striker's end. And I reckon Big Woodsy's ended up short of his ground there, Telf.
Definitely. Jeff Charlesworth convinced and put his finger up straight away. No action replays required, I would say.
New Zealand have got some pretty decent arms, haven't they, in the field?
They do, yeah. I didn't see who actually fielded that ball, but Robbie Frew, there you go. That explains it why. He's got a good arm.
So Chris Lanigan is our last man here. He was telling me earlier this morning, Telf, that he was due to come in at 10, but they've just made a slight tweak to the lineup.
And he's at 11.
Yeah. I think he'll enjoy bowling on this surface in the second
11?
session.
Are they 9 out?
Well, maybe they're only 8 down. Maybe I've got a little bit ahead of the game there. Boys are just waiting to adjust the scoreboard here, I reckon. Just a bit of confusion as to the man who was responsible for the run out, but I reckon once that's entered, that will see us tick over to 9 down. Yeah, scoring team just conferring to make sure they make the right call here. So 41 done, 4 remaining. And now Lanigan will set his guard up here. Take on McCarty, who's picked up 3 wickets. It's been a really impressive spell. Oh, some indecision again from the Aussies. Throw at the stumps. He gave himself away, the big fellow, but throw wasn't quite on the mark, and they'll get through for the overthrow as well. So could have been all over in that moment of time. Just getting a few bugs on out in our system here. We'll just go to the Manhattan for the meantime, just to make sure we're back on track. Back to live play, and Lanigan's working this one out towards deep mid-wicket. So he picks up a couple.
Another 2 runs, and that's the 200 up, is it?
I believe you're right.
202.
Just got a little bit of a lag with our NB play system at the moment. We'll get that back on track. Percy's sees the moment. He's the man on the spot. Good chat with Chris earlier this morning, Telf. Of course, just part of this strong Queensland connection to the Australian group.
There's a lot of Queenslanders in the 2 squads. Obviously, they were the state champions from last year, so normally is the way. If you've had a good tournament, you put your name in front of the selectors to get international duties.
Flanagan just working nicely down towards the third man boundary as Petrie returns the ball back in. Another couple for Lanigan. Well, they've got a strong vets program up there, haven't they?
They do,
have done for quite a long period of time.
They play their over 50s obviously during the winter, and then most of them go and play in the over 40s during the summer.
Yep.
So they're playing cricket all the year round.
So Lanigan defends back to the bowler. I think we're back on track now with that tally of 9 for 205 in the 42nd over. As the ball angles down the leg side, unable to be stopped there by keeper Bert Horner. So they'll get back for 2, and there will be a third on offer as well. So much needed runs for the A team. So McCarty pushing through his 4th over here. Mainstay of this Australia A innings, of course, Mark Kratzman, 88 earlier in the day, 54 for Ash Hardy.
They batted well together, didn't they?
Yeah, it was fantastic to watch. Hardy, a very natural, fluent stroke maker, isn't he?
Mm.
Makes it look easy.
And super quick between the wickets.
Yeah. Randell this time pushing back to short third man. Petrie once again into the game. And that will be the end of the 42nd over. Score is 9 for 209. Australia A looking to try and get up around that 220 mark if they can, maybe 230 if they can get a good over in here at the back end.
I think the critical part of the game now is to see the Aussie A batsmen bat out the full 45 overs.
Yep.
If they leave balls in the shed, then
impacts the net run rate, doesn't it?
It does,
yep.
Yeah.
So Murphy, his final over here, 8 overs, 2 for 39. As we see Randell once again finding some real estate out in the offside, picks up the single. Lanigan playing it smart. They're just rechecking the guard just to hold up Murphy there. So he's looking to try and race in, let another one go.
Just had a look on SOC TV, and we've got 90 people currently watching. Yeah, that'll
caught a wind down the leg side. Yep,
that will be re-bowled, that ball. Look at Murphy's.
He's jogging back to his mark. It's almost like they're trying to beat the clock here, get these 45 in.
Oh,
racing down is Randell.
Shirt front.
You'd expect too, Telf, over the weekend that those numbers will be boosted with people probably not in the office. They can enjoy to settle back at home and watch the coverage.
It'll be exciting to see what sort of numbers we get on a non-work day.
Beautifully bowled by Murphy. Just
threw that one up.
Did give it a bit of air and took a bit of pace off it as well.
Have you seen any spin at all? Hard to see from here.
Yeah, nothing of real note that we've picked up on the screen. Runnigan doing nicely there as he Just gets it outside the circle on the onside for a single. I think the slow bowlers have been really paramount in pushing the ball through quicker, so it probably doesn't quite allow for the spin we normally see here at Chaffey Park.
Oh.
And this time it's Randell who lofts one high into the sky, and the catch is taken there, I reckon. Is that Scotty McCarty who's got underneath that one?
Yes, definitely Scotty.
And that is the end of the Australian A innings, disappointingly. Finishing up at 211 from 43 overs. So we just watch a quick replay of this one. Murphy.
He just got that leading edge, didn't he? Put it straight up in the air and
to try and turn it onto the
simple
onside.
catch.
So what a great third power play for the Grey Caps. They really have turned things around, haven't they?
Haven't they ever? They will be cock-a-hoop as they come off the ground now, and we can see obviously they're pretty excited to have bowled out Australia A for 211, and now they'll have a quick lunch break of half an hour and set about to chase down the 211.
Yep, that they will. Just quickly through our scorecard. Wybird was first man out, caught Horner bowled Grant for 10. Kratzman caught Scott bowled Grant for 88. Hardy caught Homan bowled Scott for 54. Niche bowled McCarty for 24, and then it really did fall away for Australia A after that. Gabb was out, caught Scott bowled McCarty for 3. Mensforth bowled Mark Murphy for 1. Then Wyeth was LBW, McCarty for 2. Randell caught McCarty bowled Mark Murphy for 8. Biddle was bowled Mark Murphy for 1. And Woods was run out for 2. So 211 in their 43 overs for Australia. As we quickly flip over to the bowling figures. And led beautifully by Mark Murphy and Scott McCarty. 3 for 30 McCarty, 3 for 42 from Murphy. And credit too, I reckon, to Kelvin Scott at the top there. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Also Damien Grant, who played a pretty key role in the mid part of the innings, 2 for 21 from his 6 telf.
Yeah, look, a great performance by the Kiwis. As I said, they'll be cock-a-hoop. Knowing the score of 211 is all they need to get a win on the board. Obviously, earlier on in the piece when Kratzman and Hardy were batting, anything was possible, 250 to 300 with plenty of wickets in the shed, but the Aussie A team haven't batted that last 15 overs very well at all, I would say.
All right, so that's all we've got for you for the time being here at Chaffey Park in Melbourne, this third Tri-Series game as part of the Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale. And the Kiwis will return in half an hour's time to chase down that tally of 212. We look forward to your company then. New Zealand getting ready to start their run chase in this second session of our third Tri-Series game as part of the Spirit of Cricket Festivale, brought to you by Global Rotor Mouldings. Australia A batting first after being inserted by the Kiwis, finishing up with 211 from their what ended up only being 41 overs in the end. And it's going to be Richard Petrie who'll open up alongside of John Gary, as we saw yesterday. Chris Lanigan is going to be coming in from the clubhouse end. Had a chat to Chris, of course, earlier in the coverage this morning, and he had already identified this was going to be his end. Coming at the time, it was downhill and downwind, but the wind has swirled and changed around, almost coming across the ground now. So Petrie will take strike for this first delivery. And a good start from Lanigan outside the off stump. So target is 212, run rate 4.73. We saw early yesterday these two certainly got after it at the start of that first power play. Pushing through into the offside, Petrie looking for the single. The A team doing a nice job in the ring there to keep him at bay. Breeze has certainly freshened up a little from earlier this morning. Slanigan getting some nice shape away from the right-handed there through to the keeper Gabb. Once again, Petrie allowing that one to pass through safely. Earlier in the day, it was Mark Kratzman with a timely 88, and Ash Hardy 54. Got Australia A on track for a pretty decent total. Lanigan again, taking the ball away and through to the keeper. That third power play really proved to be the spark that the Grey Caps were looking for. A real clump of wickets in a 5 to 6 over spell. So the Aussies unable to bat out their 445 overs. Again, Lanigan getting some nice bounce and carry through to the keeper. That's the end of our first over. No run on the board. Move around to the far end, and it's going to be Mitch Woods. Will be a part of this new ball attack for Australia A. Bowled with good zip on day number 1 over in Wentworth. It's going to be Simon Neese, actually, in number 14. He's changed up at the lunch break. Plenty of support in the ring. Australian A boys as John Gary gets set. That one starts off as a wide outside the off stump. Tom Gary is taking that one down backwards a point. I'll get through for 2. Grey Caps are well served in the bowling stakes by Scott McCarty and Mark Murphy, picking up 3 apiece. And an edge going through to first slip is put down. Dangerous Gary gets a life. Disappointment there for the A team. Certainly flew off the bat. A good zip there. And unfortunately, Kratzman unable to hang on to it. So life early for Gary. So he settles back in over that one now. Pushes out into the offside. Looked in good touch yesterday for his 41 before being removed. Enjoyed the hard true carry of the McLeod Oval Wentworth pitch. Take some time to settle in here at Chaffey Park in Merbeen. Nish getting some good tail back into the right-hander there. Cloud cover certainly allowing for some good swing with the new ball and the opening power play. Nish is really settling into his work now. Honing in on that off stump. Gary's nudging away. Past the men in the ring. Kratzman unable to get a hand on it once again as it goes to ground. Ball comes out towards the deep third man boundary. Retrieved there by Wybird. And batsman comfortably through for 3. So the end of the opening niche over. And New Zealand are up for 6 after 2. Interesting to see John Gary's mindset now. Had the early chance put down. He feels like he has a licence now to really take it on. Aussies have a man out deep on the offside cover boundary. Predominantly a ringed field at the moment, trying to put the pressure on the Grey Caps. It's Gary just waiting for that field to be finally set. On the A skipper, Richard Gabb. And we're back again with Chris Lanigan. Probing forward there, one hand off the bat, pushing out into the offside. Watching John have a bit of a hit up in the nets, and during the luncheon session he seemed to be timing the ball very nicely, put one well and truly out of the complex. And again getting to a good line and length there just outside the off stump. Be looking to see what he can exploit from this Chaffey Park surface. Just rolling his fingers over the seam on that one, taking a bit of pace off. And as a result, not quite the carry that we've seen through to keep a gab so far. This time he's past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Australia Ray looking to make an early breakthrough here, put a bit of pressure on the Grey Caps middle order. Once again, just honing in on that channel, fourth or fifth stump. Almost through the end of his second over here, Lanigan, without conceding any runs, which has been a very impressive start. And Gary can only just defend that one just off on the square, on the offside. And the score is no wicket for 6 after 3 overs. New Zealand in pursuit of that target of 212 for victory. And as we've seen over the past couple of days, partnerships have proven to be key, whether at the top of the innings or through the 20 to 35 over mark. New Zealand, you feel, has its strength lying at its top order. These 2 men at the crease currently. Robbie Frew also expected to play a role here. We go back to the New South Welshman, Simon Nish. He looked to have the ball swinging nicely in that opening over. It's his crack at Richard Petrie now. That one allowed to pass through to the keeper outside the off stump. Richard certainly a little bit more retrospect at the start of this innings. Yesterday came out all guns blazing. Going to build his way into it. I think discussion amongst the teams that it's a wicket that's not easy to get started on. This one angled down the leg side will be called wide. He's bending his back and getting a nice little reward there as he goes past the outside edge of the Petrie bat. Big fellow just heads down the track and heads down the surface. This time he's trying to heave across onto the onside from outside the off stump. Still yet to open his account. Keen to get away. Angling down into the pads, big appeal there from Niche. Much support from behind the wicket. So the score is none for 7 midway through this 4th over. Similar to that first innings of Australia, rate. Tempo on the slower side at the start of the innings. Petrie comfortably in behind that one. Back of the length from Niche. So a safe but steady start from the New Zealanders this second session. As Petrie pushes out into the offside. Will pick up a single. Nicely fielded on the ring there by Ash Hardy. That's the end of the 4th over. No wicket for 8. Kiwis going at 2 runs and over. As they look to chase down target set earlier today by Australia, Ray. 212 to win. Mark Kratzmann and Ashley Hardy dominating proceedings for Australia, Ray, with the bats. 88 for Kratzmann, 54 for Hardy. A really successful tournament so far for Mark Kratzmann. Picked up 48 on day 1 over in Wenty. As we see that man deployed out on the deep point boundary now for Petrie. Again, just happy enough to let that one pass through. The first of 2 games today, coming to you from Chaffey Park in Merbeen, northwest Victoria. Flanagan again. Beautiful line and length. Be back here tomorrow for the Australian Derby. The A-team taking on the Aussies, who have got off to such a great start in this tri-series, winning their opening 2 clashes. Petrie looking for it. Gary was certainly coming at the other end, but good fielding on the ring there by the Aussies, preventing any single. And Flanagan continues this great opening spell. .15 balls so far without a run conceded. Once again, he's angling away from the right-hander. Comfortably taken behind the stumps by Richard Gabb. Again, a little bit of indecision as Petrie just opens the blade, hitting through the offside. The Aussies have got some really good coverage on the ring there. On the offside. The man in at short cover too at the moment. Jed Mensforth entrusted with those duties. Petrie this time turning to leg. He'll need to hustle through. That's a pretty decent arm coming in. Is that Brad Purdue? It might have been Niche, actually. He's made the umpire duck for cover. It was quite a decent effort there, Telf, as you rejoin us back in the broadcast position. What a great start, though, from Chris Lanninger, just going for 1 run from his opening 3 overs.
Yeah, no, brilliant start. But it was great to see Jeff Charlesworth hit the deck.
He moved well, didn't he?
Didn't he? Yeah, very agile for an old fella. But I'm sure he's okay. Be good to see a replay of that, actually.
Yeah.
In slow-mo.
Might be a part of the highlights package a little later on this afternoon.
It might be. The wind's picking up again,
Yeah,
Pat.
it is. You get that sense.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 Kiwi boys are playing it pretty safely, aren't they, here at the opening?
Definitely. Well, they know what they're chasing. And we saw, obviously, yesterday the Kiwis failed in that 220. Petrie's a little bit more circumspect, 2 off 18 balls. So.
Yep.
And John Gary, 5 off, is at 12. So they know what their required run rate is. It's obviously it's at 5 at the moment.
So one again angles down the leg side. Bit of extra zip from Niche is causing a couple of issues for the Kiwi batsman.
And a left armour too, I note.
Good to see a bit of variation, isn't it?
And he's another player hanging around for the T20 tournament next week, starting on Thursday the 27th.
This time Petrie is using a lot of bottom hand on that as he takes it down the ground. Timing was immaculate. No
Magical shot.
problem of getting that one all the way to the boundary for 4. A minimum of fuss there from the big man.
Yeah, he doesn't like running. We discussed that yesterday too. Stand and deliver.
Just the strength in the forearms there, just a real jab through the ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he advances his tally now along to 6. New Zealand none for 13, the 6th over. Mentioned before about the wind starting to get on the up. The Flyers are certainly going that path as well, causing some issues here.
Are they?
Well, not for you. As now Petrie looks to just manhandle that one with a bit of muscle over the top of the ring. Bit of top edge on the shot. And a good bit of work from Purdue in the field there to just limit it to 1. Must just be me they're going for, Telf. They're keeping away from you.
I haven't had any flies bother me at all today. No flies on Telf.
Might be that
The bright yellow.
spirit of cricket yellow that's keeping you protected. There's Niche again. Some good carry through to the keeper.
Looks like the ball's moving around a little bit. Obviously that breeze that's blowing from right to left is helping his in-swing as well.
Oh, and this time Gary is turning around. Difficult chance, but it's going to be taken.
Oh, what a catch!
It's a ripper, isn't it? Taken there by Mitch Woods. He got himself into a tricky spot there, but he hangs on to what is a very vital scalp.
One-hander. It was a one-hander.
Not what he was aiming for initially, I'm sure. That's the way it finished up.
He was just off camera and then came back into camera.
Yeah. Just that wind swirling the ball around, a really difficult one to get under. But that's a great result for Simon Niche and the Australian A team to take the important wicket of John Gary.
That will definitely make the highlights package tonight.
Yep. Just coming in on the back end of that one there.
We see Robbie Frew making his way out to the crease now. He missed out yesterday. We'll definitely be looking to get a good score on the board. He is a class cricketer. You didn't see much of him yesterday,
No.
but let's hope that he can hang around for a while and show the class batsman that he is. He's batting at number 3 for a reason.
Yeah, saw him hitting up in the nets during the lunch break and he was timing them beautifully.
Yeah, I had a quick chat to him last night and he was very disappointed about yesterday and he's looking to make amends today.
So the A team, on top of keeping the runs down here in the opening power play, have now taken that important scalp as well.
And, you know, a leading edge?
Yep.
It's that pitch
through the shot early.
Bit slower.
Yep.
Tennis bally bounce
Yep.
through the shot. They really need. Obviously, they'd worked through that, that first 5 overs, but still hadn't obviously adjusted to that slowness and the bounce of the Chaffey Park pitch.
So the A-team are going to bolster their cord now as Mensforth comes into a third slip. One staying down a fraction. Through gets over the top of it. And that is the end of the 6th over. So 1 for 14, New Zealand. Petrie is 7, through yet to score, and first man out was John Gary. Court Woods bowled niche for 5.
That worm definitely looks ugly for the Australians, doesn't it?
Yeah, 7 or so wickets in a real hurry at the back end of the innings after they set themselves up beautifully, didn't they?
Mm.
Still, as we say, runs on the board. Anything over 200 is always going to be a challenging target. Having a chat to local Brad Perdue during the lunch break, and he was hopeful that he might get a look in a little earlier today. With any luck?
A look into
getting an earlier start with the ball today. As here's another wicket for Australia, Ray, as Petrie's just dragged that one back down onto his stumps. And the impeccable line and length, Chris Lanigan, has been rewarded. All of a sudden, pressure really starting to mount on the Grey Caps.
have a look here just to try and work out exactly what happened. Oh.
Almost an under or a bottom edge down onto the stumps.
It looks like it nearly came off his foot.
Yeah. Off the bat down onto the body and onto the stumps.
And then back onto the stumps.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the big man unable to get going again today. And Scott McCarty will now come to the middle and join Robbie Frew.
I found out today Scott McCarty's an opera singer.
Is he really?
Yes.
Hence why he built out the anthem so well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's where he took the lead and said,
"Yeah, come with me.
We can do this.
Come with me.
Follow me, boys."
Yeah. Ah.
Well, guess what? They need to follow him now.
Oh, they do.
He needs a big innings like yesterday.
Yep, and he was certainly the catalyst to get them going with the ball, wasn't he, later in the first session, picking up 3 for 30.
Exactly.
So he needs to see if he can't double up here this time with the bat. The A-boys would be up and about now.
Oh, they're right on top.
Yep. Looks like they're going to bring another man into that cordon. Well, Mensforth just
jumped into gully, is he, or is he going into second?
Looks like he might go into the cordon. I reckon he's originally going to come into a short cover.
Well, there's a short cover going in as well.
Yeah, so they're putting
they're
some
really
real pressure.
attacking. Yeah.
Yep. Guess when you're ahead of the game, you can dictate the terms. That one's allowed to pass through to the keeper. As you mentioned earlier, Telf, net run rate's an important factor in this Tri-Series tournament outside of wins and losses.
Yeah, and we're hoping to get up the ladder on the NV Play site so that we can see where each of the teams are now.
Yep. Of course, Australia currently on top with their 2 wins from 2 starts.
Whoever wins this one's obviously setting themselves up to potentially be that second team. But there's still a lot of games to go.
There is, absolutely.
You know, Australia could lose all the rest of their games and still miss.
That's right. Nothing's a given in this great game. And as we transition from venue to venue, the outlooks will certainly change. Through driving confidently into the offside.
I was just having a look at the weather for the next week, Pat.
Yeah.
And there's no rain until probably late Tuesday.
Right.
And our rest day between the two tournaments, it looks like it's going to be raining, 18 degrees with 5 to 10 mil of rain.
That might just freshen up the outfields a little bit for us, Telf.
It will indeed. That'll keep...
Frew is going to take the opportunity to stroke that one through the cover region. Ball was brought back in from the boundary, so he picks up a couple. Well, that sounds like a sense of timing there.
I planned it that way.
Yeah, I thought you would have had a hand in that. As Lanigan completes his fourth over, has 1 for 4. Frew is 2, McCarty is 1. New Zealand 2 for 17 after 7.
Oh.
Yeah,
That
right.
doesn't look good for Wednesday, does it?
No. Mind you, the lack of rainfall we've seen, you sort of take it with a bit of grain of salt, to be honest.
Don't they normally say if you want it to rain, run a cricket tournament on turf?
Yeah.
We'll need to start thinking about what that looks like for the T20 tournament. But obviously that doesn't start till Friday. So we've got a two-day window there. Hopefully that all blows away through that 2-day period.
Yep. So it's Niche once again. Gets himself across the line. Big shouts.
Appeal. Yeah. Gabby doesn't look happy. Height.
Yeah, it did look a little high, didn't it,
yeah,
from our vantage point?
Speaking of Gabby, we've got Glennie Gab.
Yeah, you did say that earlier.
Coming in.
Yep.
She's just having a vanilla slice.
Oh, as you do.
As you do when you're in Merbeen.
Yeah.
The Merbeen vanilla slice.
Home of the Great Australian Vanilla Slice Triumph, of course.
Yeah.
This ball's down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. Yes, I believe another successful event run middle of August here locally.
But Glennie's going to come in and talk about veterans cricket, women's veterans cricket.
Yeah.
And they're holding the Nationals in Adelaide this year for the first time. So it'll be great to get an insight into what's happening and what veterans cricket looks like in Adelaide.
As McCarty effortlessly just glides that one down towards the backward square boundary for 4.
No fine leg either, is there?
No. Get the feeling that's right in his wheelhouse there. Takes advantage, bit of width down the leg side. And as we watch it again, it's just all timing, really. Beautifully played.
Looked like it was a fair way down the leg side too, didn't it?
Yep. This one again down the leg side. The appeal
Too
again
high.
looked very high, didn't it?
Yeah.
Big bye signal by the umpire.
We're not directly behind the bowlers, but you could definitely see that was far too high.
Yep. And just by virtue of the fact that he is swinging that ball from off the leg, gives you that feeling that it's, if not height being the issue, that it's tailing down to the leg side. Full length delivery. Pushed down towards mid-on by Frew. Unable to find a gap though.
It's feeling like we're going to lift off shortly here with the wind picking up.
Yeah, not sure how well this marquee has been pegged down, Telf. Well, I guess we're about to find out across the course of the afternoon. The ball is pushed out into the gully. That's the end of the over, I believe. Just getting some updates on the NV play system.
Well fielded by Paul Wybird there in the gully too to put a hand on it, stop any runs coming from that shot.
Once again, nice and tightly executed there.
By Robbie Frew.
Yep. Coffee book technique there. And now we have got through the end of the 8th over. 2 for 24 New Zealand. Chasing that target of 212. A few weeks ago, Telf, a local game of footy, part of the final series out at Oyen, which was quite hairy. I think we had wind gusts of up to 50 k's an hour out there at Blackburn Park. And we were marshaled on the back of a trailer with a tarp over the top of us, which blew off early in the first quarter. It was a case of all hands on deck trying to make sure all the equipment didn't go flying away.
That was the priority?
Absolutely. Difficult day with the wind just going straight over the clubhouse at Blackburn Park to the trotting track, so it was not a spectacle as a game of football was concerned, that's for sure. But it's been windy this year. It's probably windier than I can remember in quite a few years here locally.
And did you say yesterday they're putting a turf wicket in?
That's my understanding. They've come into the Sunraysia Cricket Association this season. So we wait on Lanigan as he holds one through to the keeper.
Gabby made that look awkward.
Yeah, he did. It didn't quite get up as much as he was expecting, I reckon.
It didn't bounce at all, did it?
Yes, they'll play their games at Condon Park on the turf Oyen this season with the view to having the turf installed and ready to go for the 2025-26 campaign. As McCarty is going down the ground there to mid-off.
He's a great timer of the ball, isn't he? Effortless.
Yeah, he's strong through the core, isn't he?
Yeah.
He can certainly get maximum contact with what looks to be minimum effort, really.
Mm.
This has been a fantastic start from Chris Lanigan. You might want to jump on the mic every time going forward after this display. As again, McCarty can only defend away to the onside. So as we look ahead at the draw over the next couple of days, we return to Chaffey Park tomorrow for game number 5, and then we've going to set up camp at Sarah Oval for a couple of days before our big grand final day at the Mildura Senior College, Telf.
It's a big 3 days ahead, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or 4 days, sorry. Another 4 days of cricket. A quick single there by McCarty and a direct hit.
Oh, gee. Bit of appointment from the A-boys there.
And obviously not out.
Umpire's pretty confident that he's made the right call there.
They're still questioning the decision.
Yes.
I think just accept it and move on, boys. He's not going to change his mind.
No, he's not.
He's got no action replays to go to.
Cab has still got a little bit to say there as he gets back to his post.
Can you say that again?
Cab has got a little bit to say. It's nicely stroked into the offside by Frew, no run. He'll never die wondering, Richard. That's the one thing we know for sure.
No, it's the way he plays. Like most keepers, though, they always like to be in the game.
Again, Lanigan just running his fingers over the top of that one. And that's the end of the 9th over. He's gotten through 5. The big fellow, 1 for 5. New Zealand 2 for 24. Frew is 2. McCarty is 6. And you'd have to say, Telf, Australia Ray off to the perfect start.
Right on top here. Mind you, the run rate required still only 5.
Yep.
So it's not out of control, and there's plenty of overs and 8 wickets in the shed. Key will be for these two to bat through to probably 30 overs.
Yeah.
And do a similar job to what Mark Kratzman and Ash Hardy did.
You've got to wait for 1 over. We'll go back on for 1 more over.
It's the Aussies looking to make a change
Learn the conditions.
of personnel, but I think they've been confronted by the rules that suggest that you need to stay it for just 1 further over before they can make that change. So just a short stay that time for Mark Little. No doubt he'll get out into the action again shortly.
I wonder if he got to touch the ball.
McCarty striking nicely through the offside, picks up the single. Nice job from Randell, who thought he was coming off for a spell, but ball followed him and he picked up the first one at the resumption of this, the 10th over. Once again, beautifully bowled by Niche. We're certainly happy to sit back and have a look and play in a calm and controlled manner.
Robbie Frew?
Yep.
Yeah. He won't want to be hit on the pad again today.
No, you could be right.
He'll be very conscious of that.
And as you say that, Telf.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah, maybe a hint of inside edge there, but
Yeah.
just that bit of tail back in. You can see that he's determined to try and play straight, but the penchant would be to try and open up and go to leg when they're angling down. You'd be happy to hear that I had the misfortune of swallowing one of these friendly flies a little earlier on in the morning.
And how did that go?
Ah, well, watch the replay back a little bit later on this afternoon.
Oh, really? So
No, I managed to survive reasonably well.
part of the highlights package,
Yeah,
was it?
well, hopefully not for my sake. But
We might save that for the presentation dinner then.
managed to just battle through. They've taken a liking to the specs for some reason. They seem to get fixated on the glass. And this time he's taken on the pad. The umpire... Gee, I almost thought an arm was coming up
I
there.
thought he was going to put the finger up there.
Yeah. Gee, there couldn't have been much in that. Nish continues to probe on and around that off to middle stump. You certainly now do get the feeling if he is struck another time, it might be the end of the road.
Are you suggesting it's a numbers game?
Well, you always try and wonder what ticks through the mind of an umpire.
He's just... He does just plonk his foot there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It's like his first movement is
Yep.
landed, and anything that's, around the leg stump off stump, it's harder to get across to. So
Gives you the impression he's a guy that might have played a bit of hard wicket cricket in his time. That he's, that's notorious for hard wicket players to just
plonk their foot
go forward at every case. So we've got some more 050 stats coming in from Jimmy Morrison, who's been a great source of information for us. 3 of the top 4 NZ batsmen have first-class centuries, Telf.
Wow.
Which is remarkable, isn't it?
Hello to Jim Morrison. I didn't realise that you were listening or watching, but it's great to get that feedback from you, Jim, and hope you are doing exceptionally well.
Back again with Lanigan. Another ball that's awkward to handle there for McCarty. He's been pumping out the stats for us over the first couple of days in Wentworth. Had a couple at times that probably were ones that players might not have wanted to hear. We try to keep a lid on those. But I think there was one category of the most innings without a 50 and over 50s cricket.
And Jim was happy to share that.
Yeah, but I just kept a handle on it though. There's Lanigan, bowls to McCarty, who just elevates up and over the top and times it pretty
tight.
decently.
Is he going to run away?
It's pulled up right at the end.
Centimetres close to hitting a boundary.
Well, hit 3 for 3. As we see in front of us there, Jared Wyeth flinging it back into the bowler's end. Starting to wonder with this tightly strung ring field by the Aussies whether New Zealand look to maybe try and go a bit more aerial, find some space outside of the ring. Lanigan's just bowling outside the off stump and Frew manages to tick the scoring over, picks up the single. So I did raise with Chris earlier this morning whether he was a guy that likes to try and push through the 9 on the bounce, and he says he's certainly got the stamina of the engine for it, just depending on how the game dictates the situation.
Well, he's got the easy end. Downhill at Chaffey is the easiest. This is the Maxi Trinick end.
That it is.
Yeah. I never saw Maxi come uphill.
No. Tom Lanigan's bowling a slower delivery. Bit of special out of the kit bag there. Well handled by McCarty. How's that Spirit of Cricket hotline been today, Telf?
It's going well.
Yeah.
The phone's actually stopped ringing, which means everything must be sorted now.
As McCarty just opens up his shoulders and hits down the ground to mid-off.
Terry Richmond's just jumped online and asked who New Zealand are playing.
Okay.
It's Australia A, Terry. And the 2 umpires are Chris Howes and Jeff Charlesworth. So Jeff is at this end and Chris Howes is at the other end. Thanks for the comments and hope you're enjoying our live coverage from Merbeen in Victoria, Australia, as part of the
Tropical Northwest, of course, Telf, as it's now called.
The tropical Northwest. It's not today, though.
Far from it. Cloud cover's really set in, which is preventing the sun from peeking through. As we get through 11 overs here in this second innings. And the Grey Caps are 2 for 29. Frew is 3. McCarty is 10. Gary early for 5, and then Petrie was out for 7. So it's a period of rebuild now.
And just remember, if you want to join us on the chat line on SOC TV Global, you need to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then happy for you to make comments, have a chat with us, give us your thoughts on how the game's going, maybe call bowling changes, maybe even say hello to some of the guys that are here in Mildura, because they're all happy to reciprocate and say hello.
So it looks like we've got a bowling change from that far end. Jared Wyeth has been called into action here. Impressive opening spell from Simon Niche, 1 for 19 from his 5. And Richard Gabb looks to push a man down to that backward square boundary. Looks to be, from what I can see, the only man they've got outside the ring at the moment.
It's still a very attacking field.
Yeah. Wyeth has a very economical approach through the crease.
So we have a slipper gully, a point on the 30-metre circle, a short cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and a deep fine leg.
That's a very regulation field, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Dragging that one down, and Frew gets underneath it. Gets it outside of the ring. The pitch is probably about 20 metres in front of the line. Nice hustle there from Hardy. Keeps it to 2.
What a great arm.
That's a beauty, wasn't it?
Oh. These 50-year-olds that are 50,
yeah.
We need to check their ages.
You were saying that yesterday, weren't you?
50 in 3 days.
There is a few that have got rockets. Brad Perdue's a bit of a fox in the field. He can throw the ball. Straightening through up that time, Wyeth as times that ball down towards mid-on for a single. Through is 6, McCarty is 10, 2 for 32 in this 12th over here at Chaffey Park in Merbeen.
That's Nev Kratzman, father of.
Yes. Pretty happy with the way his boys have started this Tri-Series tournament, no doubt.
He's a proud father, like all fathers are, but he travelled the world with them when they played their tennis.
Yeah.
And has obviously hit lots of tennis balls with them, but he's also an avid cricketer.
Yep.
He's played and represented Australia, I think, in the over 60s or even the over 70s.
Okay.
So he's got a baggy green as well.
It's interesting the family's transition from tennis to cricket.
They always loved their cricket.
Yep.
That was their number one sport.
Mm.
And then I think Mark made the decision to. He was wanting to go and play a sport where it wasn't going to be influenced by politics or team selections or coaches,
Yep.
you know, and picking teams. And so he made a decision that I'm going to play an individual sport and took up tennis. And it's a great story. We might see if we can get him to tell us that story over the next few days if we can grab him.
So into the 12th over, New Zealand 2 for 32. So I reckon we'll get another change here from this club room's end. Lanigan after getting through his 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Looks like it will be Mitch Woods this time. Take up the attack.
Looks like it's umpire's appreciation hour here. Terry Richmond's, he knows Chiller. He's umpired with him a few times.
Yep.
And then Brenton Hillman's chipped in, who's one of the umpires coming up here next week for the T20 tournament. And he said the umpires are doing a fantastic job and their uniforms look amazing.
Yeah, they do, don't they? As we might have said in the opening 2 days, if they're not noticed, they're doing a great job, and we really haven't picked up any vibes from them whatsoever.
They're known as the Men in Black.
Yeah, it's a different aspect, isn't it? Only one thing, potentially, when you're looking out and trying to get a feel for the grey caps in the field, you can almost mistake them for one of the New Zealand boys in the field.
An extra player.
Yeah. So Wood straight onto his line of length. We'll take a drinks break at the end of 15, the back end of the first power play. Woods is dragging that one down and Frews over the top of it. Goes out towards the deep third man boundary. They'll pick up a second. Got some more stats coming in from Jim Morrison there, Telf.
Do you want me to read it?
You can read it.
From here.
Yeah.
John Gary became the leading run scorer in all of New Zealand over 50s cricket yesterday when he scored 41, overtaking the great man, King Richard Petrie.
Wow.
That's an amazing performance by John Gary.
It is.
Gary now has 2,163 runs at 41, while Andrew Petrie has 2,143 at a very, very respectable average of 48.7.
Yes, I think.
Thanks, Jim.
There'll be certainly some keen competition between those two gentlemen over the coming days.
It'll be on tonight. I might actually let Richard know. He's now not the leading run scorer.
As Frew is looking to drive through the offside, has turned the bat in his bottom hand a little, which prevented him from finding the gap.
What was the difference?
20-ish,
20
I think,
runs, was
yeah.
it? 20 runs difference?
Yep.
Just get that confirmed. There's a competition within a competition for the rest of the week, eh?
I like it.
Yeah.
As Frew this time opens up nicely, hits it out into the covers. And that will reach the boundary. Telf might just take a brief spell from the commentary box. Is that what you want to do? Yep. A chance to head out amongst the keen onlookers here in Chaffey Park. It's Frew advances his tally to 12. New Zealand now 2 for 38 in this, the 13th over. And another foolish ball outside the off stump from Woods, and Frew looking comfortable in behind that. Takes the single on the offside. That's the end of the 13th over. New Zealand 2 for 39. Frew is 13. Clears in. Target of 212. That run rate currently at 3. And some work to be done by this pair as they look to rebuild after the early loss of Petrie and John Gary. So the Aussies looking to continue to build this pressure. Love to prize another scalp here just prior to the drinks break. As per the conditions of this 45 over fixture, 3 men outside of the rope in the first 15. But in saying that, the Aussies have continued to press with that ring field. Wyeth getting one to rise and lift outside the off stump, well handled by Frew. Frew busy again, pushing out into the offside, will pick up the single. Earlier today, Australia Ray finished with 211, Mark Kratzman 88, Ash Hardy 54. Scott McCarty and Mark Murphy, the pick of the Grey Caps bowlers, 3 for 30 and 3 for 42 respectively. Fantastic effort in that final power play to really in the green and gold. As McCarty just lashes that one up and over the top, down towards third man. They're 3 for 2. And a super piece of work down on the boundary there by Ash Hardy. Throw was right back in over the stumps. So the Kiwis just looking to move things along a little here. Outside the off stump, McCarty can't work a gap there. McCarty moving back onto the back foot. And Wyeth continuing to probe away on that 4th, 5th stump line. So far the A team have managed to keep the ball well pitched up on this Chaffey Park service. McCarty swinging down the ground. Will be picked up by Little. They'll get back for a double. So at the end of 14, New Zealand are 2 for 44. Robbie Frew and Scott McCarty, both 14 not out. And as you saw in the bowling figures there, Lanigan and Niche, the early wicket takers for Australia Ray. So it's going to be Mitch Woods to bowl this final over of the first power play. Boys will take a well-earned drink. Those early breakthroughs. The A boys have managed to really control the tempo at the start of this second innings. Nicely bowled again there by Jared Wyeth. Game 4 of the Spirited Cricket Festivale Tri-Series Tournament is back here again at Chaffey Park in Melbourne. An all-Australian affair. It's through looking very compact in defence. Nice straight bat. From Melbourne, we move into the township of Mildura. 2 games at Sarah Oval. Main Sporting Complex in town before our grand final September 24 at the Mildura Senior College. Well controlled by Wyeth. A delivery there that just stayed down again a fraction. So, good start to this over from Woods. Good to concede a run. And In true commentator's curse fashion, they push through for a single. Bit of pressure there on McCarty. Manages to make his ground, but some good work there on the ring by Hardy and Little. Richard Gabb finishing off nicely too with the gloves. So New Zealand in chase of that target of 212. Going to really rebuild after the loss of the early wickets. Petrie and Gary. All straightening up and angled into the onside by McCarty. It's just to beat the ring, but Purdue does the tidying up. They pick up a single. And the last delivery of the Woods over is handled nicely by Frew. So after 15 overs, New Zealand 2 for 46. With Frew on 15, McCarty on 15 as drinks come onto the field. And we're just about set to resume after this first drinks break of the second session. New Zealand 2 for 46 after 15, chasing the target of 212. And we're joined once again by another special guest, Glennie Gabb. Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you in, as we call it these days, tropical northwest Victoria. New branding for our region, which is fantastic.
That's good.
Of course, to those that are uninitiated, the wife of Richard, of course, one of the staples of Vets cricket in South Australia.
Yes.
And we'll get to the women's outlook on veterans cricket from you shortly as we get back to live action. Wyeth bowling to McCarty. He's knocking it down into the offside, picking up a single. Now, as far as veterans women's cricket is concerned, Adelaide hosting the national championships this year.
We are, yes. Yes, fairly big for South Australia, seeing as we only, the women's side only joined last year, so scraped a team together last year to get into the nationals.
Yep.
So. And then it was announced at the presentations dinner last year that we were going to host it, so that was a bit of a shock, but here we are with about 5 weeks to go. So.
Yeah, how are preparations coming along?
Yeah, actually, I was a bit nervous coming here for a week,
Yeah.
thinking, I've got so much work to do, but while I've been here, things have sort of fallen into place. So my committee of, we found grounds for the Sunday, which was really hard to find grounds on a Sunday.
Yep.
For the first games, but I think that's all being ticked off, and other things have just sort of fallen into place, so that's good.
That's great.
It's getting there.
2 for 47 in this 16th over as the Kiwis look to try and rebuild. Still plenty of work to be done. As Frew is heading through the offside, but again the Aussies are keeping that ring pretty tight and unable to poke its way through. Now, as far as the championships are concerned, how many teams will be in action?
We have 20
Wow.
nominated, so across 3 divisions, which is pretty cool because last year there was 15 in Wollongong, so it's only our third national championships. So so it's really growing well, so it's good.
And as far as the venues go, you take a bit of a share from the district grounds and the ATCA grounds, I'm guessing?
Yes, whatever we can get pretty much. So, but most of them are turf, which is great. So yeah.
Frew's pushing to backward point, no run. As far as the South Australian scene is concerned, the players that represent, are they selected from grade clubs and ATCA clubs? A bit of a combination of both?
Well, yeah, a little bit of both. I mean, because like I said, we didn't have any, just scraped a team last year together. This year it's pretty much, we're still at the stage like whoever can play.
Yep.
So, yes, there are some ex-districts, there's some ex-state players that are now in their 50s but played for the state years ago. We've got one lady who's 65 who played in a World Cup,
Wow.
so
Yeah.
and she's put her pads back on and coming out.
That's
so,
great.
Yeah, it's good. There's some really good, across all teams, I think everybody's got some decent quality players.
Yep.
So.
Based on your experience from last year, who are the states to look out for?
Okay, so it's always going to be New South Wales and Victoria. They're the ones that have been there right from the start, and they've got 4 teams each in the comp.
Yep.
And they're really quite strong. They've got ex-state players and blah, blah. But then Queensland was their first team in last year, and they actually beat New South Wales in the grand final. They were very quick, a very fit, agile, very good team. So I'd be picking them again this year. So.
As we wait for Mitch Woods to resume from this club room's end of Kenny Park. Chaffey Park, my apologies, getting my grounds in Merbein muddled up there. As the Aussies just continue to bolster protection inside the ring. In this second power play, they can have 4 outside the circle, but certainly not electing to go down that path at the moment. Captain Gabb is keen to remain aggressive. As Frew gets one in his wheelhouse and times it beautifully on the onside, will pick up 4. Just to bolster that run rate a little. 2 for 52, the 17th over. So how many games across the 20 teams?
We've got, so we go from Sunday to Thursday. So we've got, each team plays about 6 games. So we've got 35 over game on the Sunday, and then Monday's 2 T20s. Tuesday is a rest day, and then Wednesday 2 T20s, and then Thursday are finals. So, yeah, it's pretty full on.
Yeah, as far as club cricket is concerned, is it predominantly T20 or more of the sort of extended over format?
Club cricket is more, I think they play a mix of T20s and 35s.
Yep.
I think, before Christmas they might play T20. I might be wrong, but I think they play some T20s before Christmas and then 35s after, I think. Actors mainly T20s, but I think this year they're going to do some 35s as well.
Yep.
So, yep.
Straight ball angled into the pads as Frew again works away onto the onside. Picks up the single. At local level, we're seeing some good young talent coming through the system.
Yeah, there is. There's lots. It's just getting more popular with the girls and women now. It's really good. You're getting even some older ladies that have never played before that's just going to go, I'm going to come and have a try, which is great.
Yep.
So,
well, I guess that the opportunities weren't there back in the day, were they?
No, not at all.
Certainly from a club perspective, is it becoming similar to football, where the football and netball coexist together? It's ladies and men's cricket.
Yeah, it is. It's great.
Through backing up, looking for that quick single, but sent back by Scott McCarty. So as I've talked to a few of the boys here over the past couple of days, no doubt the rest and recovery is key when you're playing that many games in a short space of time.
Especially when you're this age.
Swung away down the leg side by McCarty towards the 5-leg boundary. Chase is on there for Guy Randell. He'll just pull it up inside the boundary. And they'll pick up just 2, so that's a good hustle there from Randell. Score advances along to 2 for 55. Talking to Glennie Gabb on the mic at the moment about SA Veterans Cricket ahead of the Australian Championships being hosted by SA in November. The boys are off to Newcastle, I believe, so it's
they are.
A bit of separation for you.
Days afterwards, so yes.
Yep.
I won't be going to that because I'll be probably recovering after my week. So.
So that's the end of the 17th over, 2 for 55, through 21. McCarty 18, this partnership now up to 41 from 65, so certainly starting to find their feet a little now, the Grey Caps. How have you found your time here in Mildura since you've come across?
Well, it's not raining, is it? Whereas
always a bonus.
It's raining in Adelaide, so
okay.
Yeah, and I'm not working, so it's been good.
Ticking all the boxes there.
Yep.
Of course, the extra exposure that the Australian women's team now gets on free-to-air television and coverage is
that's
really just getting the message out there, isn't it?
Totally, yep. And because they're so successful as well, so
yep.
Yeah, it's good people to look up to.
And it is a high level that they play, isn't it?
Oh, it's
Make
brilliant.
No mistake.
They're brilliant, yeah.
So do you adopt the keeping gloves?
No, I don't actually.
Your game, Glenn?
No, I'm a bit of a bowler.
Okay.
I do a little bit of bowling and batting, but I think I'm becoming more of a bowler now than a batter. So
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I haven't. No, I've actually never tried wicket keep. I think I'm just a bit old. We've got younger girls in our team that can do that. They can.
As Woods drags that one down, Frew turns it around the corner, but some great work out on the boundary there to haul that one in there from Woods. Keeps it to 2. You were saying before you jumped on that obviously sponsorship is key to any big event that's being hosted, and you guys have got some good ones coming through, but you can always have more.
Oh, totally, yeah. If anybody wants to jump on board, that's it'll be appreciated.
It's Frew away again, down towards fine leg. See much cricket banter around the kitchen table at home after games on the weekends?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yep, there is, yes. And my son also used to play, so yeah, we're all used to be a lot.
As McCarty defends back to the bowler. Now, I had a good chat to Richard was the first day or yesterday. We were going back through some of the old times in the ATCA and
Yep.
obviously applying his trade at Woodville there for a long period of time.
Oh,
and
yep.
had a brief sojourn in Whyalla and making the big trek into play, which was a massive commitment for a
Yep.
few years there.
Yep.
As we've gleaned from quite a few of the guys that we've talked to, it's as much as the off-field atmosphere and camaraderie as it is playing the game too at this level,
Oh,
isn't it?
totally. You make so many good friends.
Wyeth again just angling into the pads. Cuddy will find a gap on the onside, picks up the single. And we have quite a few local guys from here head across and play in the SA Vets competition. So
Oh, they do. I can't believe when we're driving up here, it's like, how do they make that trip every day?
Yeah.
They come even down just to train.
yeah,
You know.
yeah, they're
for
pretty
a
committed,
couple of
aren't
hours.
they? Yep.
Yeah.
Over the onside from Frew. Once again, some great work in the field there by Ash Hardy. And that is the end of the 18th over. 2 for 59. New Zealand chasing the target set earlier in the day by Australia A after getting off to such a great start. They were held back at the end of their innings. They finished all out 2-11 on the back of Mark Kratzman's 88 and Ash Hardy's 54. Yeah, interestingly, originally, of course, Telf became invested with the Hills Flurio, so originally a lot of the boys merged towards there, but I think over the years they've drifted apart and gone out to their own individual member clubs, and I think they've been really happy with that.
That's good.
2 or 3 boys out at Grange.
Yep. Yep.
And as far as our local team is concerned, I know we sort of combined in with the Riverland over the last couple of years just to prevent the trip across from Adelaide to Mildura, so you can stop halfway in the Riverland and play at Berry or Loxton. But
Yep.
the word was that numbers have sort of dried up a little bit over there, so it'll be interesting to see how that all come together. So it looks like we've got a change in the bowling now from this club room's end of Chaffey Park. Looks like Mark Little will take up the attack. Have seen over the past couple of days the pace off the ball has certainly been able to dry up the run rate. As the skipper just looks to marshal his troops, he'll get Lanigan around to that deep mid-wicket boundary. Nicely handled by McCarty as he hits out to the cover boundary. Any stars in the making for SA we can look out for in November?
Well, I think for SA, there's a couple of oldies.
Yeah.
A couple of oldies are in their 50s, but used to play state under 21s and stuff. So, and they've still just got. They're just still. They wanted to play Div 3 just because they're old, but it's like no, you're way too competitive and you're too good still. So they'll probably be playing Div 1. We haven't actually chosen our teams yet.
Okay.
But that'll happen in the next week or so.
Yep. It's nicely bowled by Little. Passes through the outside edge of Frew's bat into the keeper's gloves. So does the local competition take a bit of a brief recess during that championship period?
No, it doesn't. There's a lot of us that'll be
doubling up.
missing from our teams.
Missing? Yeah, righto.
Missing from our teams on that Sunday. So.
Okay. Nice work from Frew. Turning around the corner, he moves to 25. McCarty is 20, 2 for 61. So you stay up for the T20s, or you need to shoot back home?
I do need to go back home.
Yep.
So yes, I won't be here next week unless I come back on the weekend.
Yep.
Ooh.
Big shout there as McCarty was trying to swing that across to the leg side. Umpire dismisses the appeal. Little in close to the stumps there, and McCarty defends. That's the end of the 19th over. 2 for 61. Frew was 25. McCarty is 20. Might to keep you for another over, Glenn, before you head off.
Yeah.
So dates-wise, in November, when do you kick off?
October, so it's the last week in October.
Okay, back end of October, yep.
Yep, so the 27th is the first day.
Yep.
And it goes to the 31st. So,
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Generally, you would say you probably get in early and beat the heat, but the way the weather
I know.
patterns are these days, you just don't know.
I did say to them, I said, why are we doing it in October in Adelaide? It should be later.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes.
Mm.
Ooh.
That one's bounced up off a length as Frew tried to turn it around the leg side. Bit of a under edge into the helmet there, I reckon, on the back. One of the few balls that we've seen today that's gotten up off a good length. Did take the helmet off there momentarily just to check. Forced back into his crease. Can't find the gap on the onside. Telf was telling me that he's been treating the crew to some of our fine eateries around town over the past couple of nights.
There's some cool spots.
Yeah, the old Feast Street is a hive of activity most nights of the week.
Yeah, and it's very busy at the moment. I think there's a...
I just think that's regulation any day of the week, really.
Yeah, that's good. It's probably busier than Adelaide during the week.
Yeah. I think he said Pizza Cafe was a place to go last night. You can't miss out there too often. It's a good spot.
Yep. Yeah, and the brewery's good, and yeah, there's a few places.
This time Frew is elevating into the onside. Find some spare pasture out there, and the umpire signals a boundary, a much needed one too for the Grey Caps. He goes to 29, and the score is 2 for 65 as we approach the end of this, the 20th over. Bit of cloud cover today. It's just made it a little bit fresher than the first couple, hasn't it? Yeah, it was quite warm first day, had it windy.
Not as windy or dusty though today. Which is
No, we haven't had much rainfall here for quite a substantial period of time.
Okay.
So that one's flashing past the outside edge of Frew's bat. Last boundary bringing out the 50 partnership between these two, 51 from 82. Outside edge of Frew down towards third man. And handled beautifully by Paul Wybird. End of the 20th over, 2 for 65. Glennie Gabb, thanks for jumping on,
Thank you
having
so
a chat,
much.
and
Lovely.
all the best for the Nationals for Women's Vets Cricket come the end of October.
Thank you very much.
No worries. As we continue through this second session here at Chaffey Park in Merbeen. Kiwis working hard to chase down this target of 212. And this, you feel, is a pretty key partnership in the grand scheme of things. So they look to keep the momentum rolling through this second power play. Guests keep rolling through the door here at the marquee at Chaffey Park in Moorbeen, joined now by Richard Petrie from the New Zealand Veterans Cricket side. Richard, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, nice to be here.
So we wait once again on Mark Little. All taken to the leg side there by McCarty. Just going to pull up short. And they'll get through for a couple. Your boys mounted a great fight back in that third power play, really turned things around.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we bowled better obviously their top batters are at the top of the innings, and the other guys coming in probably felt they had to push it along, but didn't quite. They sort of collapsed towards the end, didn't they? So
He lost wickets in clumps, didn't they? That's half a dozen over period. Just outside the off stump as McCarty went looking for it. Goes through to the keeper. How have you found the conditions over the opening couple of days of the Tri-Series tournament?
we've found that the type of ball, it's very hard, and it swings early and it seams, so it's a bit of a handful in the first 15 overs.
Yep.
And I think all the batters have, you've seen all the top in the first 15. All the innings have really struggled because it's doing so much.
Yep.
I mean, it's like an English ball on a hard wicket, so it's swinging and it's seaming. So it's a bit of a challenge, and we're sort of working out, strategies on how to play.
As McCarty swings that one out towards deep backward square. The Aussies over the first couple of days used the method of being solid and steady early and then really launching in that second, third power play.
Well, most of the games, from what I've seen anyway, or what I can remember, it seems most people up until now have been four down at about the 20th over.
Yep.
So I don't know if anyone's been too solid at the top, but everybody struggled a wee bit.
I guess as far as the runs per over, I'm sort of talking about where they've been pretty steady, they've been held back.
Oh, right, yeah, but you kind of need to be steady by not losing wickets.
Yep.
That's the steady that you kind of, and I think that's the strategy we're thinking now is try and just get through that first 15, and it does get easier.
Outside the off stump and through leans back and times that one pretty nicely. And towards the backward point boundary, they'll pick up a couple. This ground here in Moorbeen appears to look like it's running a little bit quicker than what we've seen in Wentworth over the past couple.
Yeah, definitely. Wentworth was quite a thick grass and pretty hard to reach the boundary. Yeah, we've had a few more boundaries here, so it's obviously, and it feels a bit quicker too, underfoot. But no, they've both been good grounds, good pitches. I mean, this one's a bit more tennis ball bouncy, so it's sort of going through quite high. Even when it's full, it's sort of bouncing quite high.
Yep.
Not really attacking the stumps, and so I think you're better off to play it off the back foot.
Absolutely. Sort of felt it might have been a wicket that would have suited your bowling quite nicely.
Yeah, could have, but we had a lot of bowlers, and I'm more than happy to not bowl if it's a long week. We got 5 games, so if there's plenty of bowlers, I'm in no rush to queue up in the early part of the week.
Rotations and recovery, the keys in these sort of tournaments.
Yeah, and pace yourself. You got to know your body as well, and manage your body when you're in the 50s.
So we return with Gerard Wyeth once again. Shy at the stumps from Ash Hardy. He's been a real live wire on the field over the first couple of days.
Yeah, he's very mobile and he's very fast. He's chasing some of those singles, I'd say, overly hard.
Yeah.
Like very impressive to see, but, day 2 on a 5-day tournament.
Free gets over the top of that one, gets it out into the covers for a single. I think there's been a few we've seen over a couple of days here where the questions have been asked, do we need to check their proof of ID? They may be moving a little bit better than the over 50 mark.
Yeah, well, some guys, there's a big range of fitness, of course.
Yep.
And he's obviously just turned 50 and he's pretty fit.
Nice tight lines there from Wyeth. Nothing much from the umpire. As far as your career, Richard, did you have a period where you stopped playing? You've come back to vets, or?
Yeah, I stopped playing for a long time.
Yeah.
Just probably stopped playing about 30 2, 3.
Okay.
And then came back at 50. It was not easy.
No, I bet not. Beautifully fielded again, that man Hardy. He's hard to pass in the ring. It's a nice shot. But, yeah, he's done the job once again. So what was it that brought you back?
Just the fact there were World Cups.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Something to aspire to, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's right. I put my name down. I thought, look, I put my name down and I can always pull out if I'm not there. But ended up, I didn't think I would play, actually.
As McCarty will look to push for 2 here as the ball goes down to fine leg. Picks it up quite comfortably.
But yeah, I mean, you watch your kids play and you still kind of watch it and go, oh, I'd rather actually be out there playing, to be honest. You know, good watching your kids.
Yep.
And then they sort of grow up and you do have a bit more time and getting back into competitive cricket, it's been great. Still a challenge.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not easy.
No.
It's hit him in the head.
It was either the head or the back of the shoulder there as he was running back to the non-striker's end. Seems to be okay. 22 overs done, 2 for 75. In chase of that target of 212. As I've talked to a few of the boys over the past couple of days, Richard, as much as it's the competitive nature out on the field, I think the camaraderie off is what is really appealing.
Yeah, everybody gets on. You know, most people know each other. We've been playing for a few years now, so particularly the top Aussie team, we know them.
Yep.
So we all want to beat each other. That's for sure, but you know, we get on off the field, so it's a good attitude everyone has, and yeah, it's a lot of fun and keeps a lot of people fitter. I mean, a lot of our guys have lost weight and go to the gym and go running that they wouldn't be doing.
No, exactly.
If they didn't have their ego on the line in a tournament like this, you know, and so. No, it's been very good, and it's obviously a growing, you know, sector. You know, a few years ago we had the women's team given focus and priority in world cricket, and that's really grown that part of the game. And now you've got the veterans, which I think equally, or could even, you know, certainly numbers-wise, might even be bigger than the women. You know, not too far away because, you know, you've got 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and there's a lot of people playing.
As you mentioned, you've got those opportunities to progress through the ranks, as it were.
Well, that's it. You've got the carrot of going and playing in the World Cup and travelling. And, you know, we've got a lot of guys in New Zealand now. You know, we didn't have so many before, but a lot of guys coming back into the game wanting to make these teams. And, you know, it's not easy to get in them.
As McCarty tries to swing that one to the leg side. Can't quite make connection.
So you've really got to earn your spot. So, you know, it's... So it's very healthy, and it's and there's a bit of sponsorship coming in. You know, sponsors are, you can get sponsorship for veterans cricket. Might be Specsavers and some sort of health insurance, but
it all adds up. It all counts.
Well, it's actually we've got motor cars and who have we got? Oh, no, a range of different things. It's not all senior living facilities, but what do we got? Craig's. Yeah, we got Craig's Investment.
Yep.
What else, Rich? Cars. We got Hire Pool. Yep. Dulux Paint. Yes. So
it's all important, isn't it, to be able to play and travel at this sort of level?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got 4 tournaments this year I'm playing in. So, you know,
wow.
one here,
yep.
one in Newcastle, one in New Zealand, a domestic, and then, you know, if I get selected, the World Cup in Sri Lanka.
Under reg that time for McCarty. Goes past the keeper down to third man.
It helps being a selector, but...
That's a story for another time.
But... You still got to get enough runs. If you don't get any runs, you sort of have to put yourself in. So I'm going to abstain from voting.
Yes,
it's up to you guys.
Sit back and let them take the lead.
Well, you know, if you're not scoring runs, you sort of, you know, and you're a selector, you've got to probably step aside. But Yeah, no, I mean, we're just learning how to play. I think what's been noticeable was how much that new ball does. That's been the big thing, and it's a case of, well, how do you play? Do you just go out and have a swing it and try and put the bowlers off their length, or do you defend and just try and get through the first 15 overs maintaining wickets? Because shot.
Nicely worked back with a point for a single. We saw your guys yesterday go out with that intent to take it on in the opening half a dozen overs.
Yeah, and they bowled pretty well.
Yep.
And we did get going. I mean, we were probably going 4 or 5 and over. But, you know, the ball was speeding the bat consistently as well.
We have seen the pace off the ball have a big impact too over the opening couple of days. Slower bowlers have certainly played their part in the middle section of the power plays, 2 and 3.
Yeah. Ooh.
Gee, it's an ear thing there for McCarty. Just got himself a bit off balance as he tried to take it down the leg side. Mark Little's a bit desolate at the bowler's end. Unfortunately, didn't get the breakthrough he was looking for. 23 overs gone, 2 for 78. Frew is 33 and McCarty is 28. Joined by Richard Petrie from the New Zealand Veterans Cricket side. Richard, you're one of the few that we're obviously seeing in action here that has played at the international level before. And we've spoken to a few of the guys since the tournament began, and we sort of felt that obviously the commitment required and the extra level of training and intensity of that has made it hard for guys to come back and play again. Would that be a fair assumption?
Look, I think guys who have played a lot and professional for a long period of time, a lot of them feel they've done it.
Yeah.
And there's not much to be gained by coming back, and you know, particularly you've got to put in so much work just to get fit to play this stuff. So no one wants to come back, and you do see a lot of quite good players coming back, but if they're not fit, they actually don't perform that well.
Yep.
So I think a lot of the former players kind of feel, well, there's not everything to lose, nothing to gain, but that might be part of it.
Yeah.
And of course, if you've played professional cricket for 10 years,
a lot of wear and tear on the body, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, but yes, for some people.
Bowlers in particular.
Yeah, bowlers in particular. But, you get a lot of club players, good club players and maybe, fringe first-class players who have not... I mean, the guys who are the best players are the ones who never stop.
Yeah, just play through.
They played through. They've, and as I said earlier, I took about 15 years off.
Yeah.
And very hard physically coming back to go out and play again. Surprisingly, you think, oh yeah, I know what to do. Well, you do know what to do, but your body is, to get yourself to stand in the, we were out fielding for 3.5 hours, and then you got to, and if I bowl, you might bowl 5 overs or 7 overs, and then you might be out batting again. So in theory, you should be batting for another 90 minutes. Well, that might be, if you bat for an hour and a half, that's 5 hours on your feet running around, and that actually requires some serious prep to get yourself able to do that at 50-something. So it's really hard, and I've put a lot of work in over the winter, and I feel a lot better this year. My legs are a lot better, calves are a lot stronger and things like that. But if you think you can just turn up and play, even if you've played before, you can't.
Think again, yeah.
It doesn't matter if you've played before. You've got to go back to basics. And
Brad Perdue into the attack now, the left-hander. So he pushes that one past the outside edge of Frew's bat. Bowls with great variation, Brad. He's got that quicker arm ball as he comes around the wicket, the left armour.
It's a very unusual action he's got.
Yes.
The old hand.
And he'll pick up a wicket with his second ball as it's been bunted out there towards mid-wicket, and unfortunately for the Grey Caps, Robbie Frew has to depart. I think he did this in the opening day's play as well. Brad, he came in and picked up a wicket in his first couple of balls. It's just that really ungainly action, probably hard to pick up from the batting end.
I don't think it's hard to pick up, but it's just the bounce, I think. He does throw it up in the air. Oh, the replay doesn't help us much.
No.
I think it's the bounce. It's the you look at how high. Well, we're not going to see it, but
yeah. But his exit point when he lets the ball go, as you said, is quite high, isn't it?
Well, where he's playing his shot from, it's he's a spinner and he's playing it from about his belly button height because it's
that tennis ball bounce again.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, it does. It does tend to stop and pop a wee bit. So
Yep.
I think Fru's been caught by the fact that, I don't know, it's bounced so high.
Yeah.
And he hasn't practiced hitting.
It's more of a hard wicket type of bounce, that sort of extra bounce and rise that you might get on a synthetic surface. As it looks like we got Simon Murphy who's come to the crease.
Simon Murphy, yeah. His debut.
Yeah, so he looked impressive with the new ball at the start of the morning's play.
He bowled pretty well. He gets it through at a reasonable pace. And he couldn't play in the first game because him and his brother, his twin brother who's playing in this team, I think they turn 50, because this is not an official international, so
By
they
the
can
time
play this.
When they come around to play Australia again, they would have clicked the 50.
Yeah, we have a day off tomorrow,
Yep.
and then they play the next day, which I think is their birthday.
Yeah.
So they can play in that game then. But
Yep.
because this is not an official international, they can play in this one. But so he and his brother are playing today. He's a nice bat, Simon, and plays it very late. But
Which is what you're going to need to do on this sort of surface too, so that should play right into his wheelhouse, really.
Yeah, and he's skillful. He reverse sweeps, and he's got the shot. So we need a decent innings from him. He's got good legs. He can run between the wickets. So
Just to try and turn on the leg side. Well fielded there by Chris Lanigan.
but no, he's a good cricketer. He's a good all-round cricketer. So
Purdue giving that one a little extra air. Murphy stout in defence.
yeah, you really do need partnerships on this, because it does take a wee bit, I think, to understand the bounce and of the wicket.
Now the A-boys, as they were coming off late in that flurry of wicket, saying it was really hard to get going straight from the out. Just
Yeah.
that extra bounce.
Well,
was
that's
hard
right.
to
And
contend with.
most of the runs were scored in the partnerships, the early,
Yep.
So you've got to get yourself in. You've got to learn about the wicket. You've got to work out how you're going to score on it, and then you've got to go to business. But it does take a wee bit of learning.
If again turning into the onside. It's a ground where you see a lot of runs scored square, not straight. A lot of runs today, we've either side of the wicket square.
Yeah.
If you had a look at a graph of where most of the boundaries are today, you won't see too many down the ground.
Yeah. It's probably the bounce. Like, it's a bit hard to hit straight through the line of the ball, because it's always going to, can pop up in the air a wee bit.
Yep.
Whereas a lot of the Aussies sat back, played it deep in the crease, and especially those little guys.
Yeah. Kratzman has that low centre of gravity. He gets down, doesn't he, low,
Yeah,
and he can control the shot.
It was Ash, you said, the
Yeah,
right-hander?
yeah.
Well, he was cutting things off about bail height,
Yeah.
because he's short and clearly favours that type of shot. But that was the way to play, I think, on this wicket, was let it come, play it late, let it bounce up, and then play your shot from there. If you try and go down the ground, it's a bit harder because it's hitting very high on the bat. But,
So you're sticking around for the T20s as well, or?
no.
Okay.
I thought that would be a bridge too far, playing 5 days in a row and then playing, was it 7 games in another 4 days?
Sounds like a lot of work, doesn't it?
Seems like a recipe for getting a long-term injury to me.
Yeah.
So
As Little rejoins the action.
yeah, like I said, for a lot of the guys, I've got 4 tournaments this year.
Yep.
Every 2 months, or so part of playing at this is body management, and getting an injury in the T20, and then 2 months later you're probably going out. You just recovered from that injury, and you go into the next tournament, get injured again, and
It's almost those doubts start to play in your mind too about how the body's shaping up.
yeah, oh, you do. You it is a big thing. So
McCarty trying to find some room again on the onside.
it's been a real treat for me coming to this tournament, not coming in with something I'm worried about, or coming in with an injury.
Yep.
Coming in fully fit, and I think if I can get out of this tournament fully fit and train again for another 8 weeks and turn up at the next one fully fit, then I've got a chance of getting through the season without injury, and that's the thing at this level is, if you're carrying injuries, it really just...
It's hard to hide, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's right. And it inhibits your performance, whether you're batting or bowling.
Uppishly played around the corner, backward square, no run.
It's just so much easier to be not injured.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm hearing you. Now, as far as domestic concerns are for you, what's your club back home? Who are you along with back there?
I play for the Wellington Firehawks.
Yes.
Which is Wellington's the capital. We're Wellington and Nelson and Marlborough area.
Swung down towards the backward square, and they'll pick up a single.
So there's 4 domestic areas that play in the domestic tournament.
Yep.
It's obviously not as many as Australia. You guys have a lot of players. But we've got four different areas, and each area has 2 teams playing in the first competition, the second competition.
Yep.
So there's some pretty good players playing in that. As you're saying, we've got about a 50-50 record with Australia. So I think we can put together a pretty strong team for the World Cup.
The domestic stuff is a bit of a balance of this sort of 35-45 over format in the T20.
45, same as this, yeah.
Yep.
So it's 4 games and 5 days, which is pretty tough. But
Yeah.
now I think the guys are a lot fitter now, so we're kind of getting used to it.
Comes down to a bit of muscle memory in the end, doesn't it? The more you do it, the better you can
Yeah.
align yourself with what's needed to be done.
Well, that's the easy bit, I think. The muscle memory bit's the easy bit. It's the doing it day after day after day. You wouldn't ask the 21-year-olds to play 5 one-dayers and 6 days.
You know what sort of response you get.
Well, you wouldn't. It wouldn't be scheduled.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Because, even international, they wouldn't play 5 one-dayers and 5 days. They just wouldn't do it.
No.
It's just, I think, the fact that at our level we're not professionals and people have to take time off work, so it's a case of squeezing it all in.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a factor. The body is one of the biggest factors. Anyway, I think I've thrashed that one to death. What else?
As far as World Cups are concerned, I guess you guys, what sort of number in your squad do you look to take away? I mean, as you said, fitness being the key, you look to have a squad of 14, 15 to take away?
You're allowed 16.
Okay.
We'll probably have something like 15.
Yep.
I don't think we've decided exactly how many, but I think last time we had 15, which was fine. We had everybody available for the third and fourth. We played third and fourth playoff against the USA, and we had everybody was fit and available. So that was good.
Brad Perdue back into the attack once again. Going to McCarty. Now, last World Cup in South Africa, am I right in saying that? Yep. And Sri Lanka is the next destination?
Yep.
Played much cricket over there?
I played no cricket in Sri Lanka. No. Played in Pakistan.
Yep.
Played in Australia.
Outside edge goes down towards short third man. Would have thought they wouldn't necessarily be medium fast bowling friendly.
No.
Sri Lankan wickets.
I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Well, the wickets would be okay. It'd just be the heat. I think it's mid-30s and very humid.
Sometimes the humidity is the killer too, isn't it? As Perdue has taken the scalp of McCarty.
Has he?
Yeah, I think he's knocked him over there. He's taken that off stump. Bails are off.
Must have just flicked the bail.
Yeah, he's trying to take it across the line.
That's too full to sweep, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He sort of nominated that as, I'm going to sweep this ball.
Premeditated, didn't he, really?
Yeah, which you often do, but you're expecting him to bowl a bit shorter than that, and he kind of, you do want it bouncing a couple of feet out in front of you.
Just on the back end of that replay once again, but...
Yeah, it must have just clipped the bail.
Yeah. Disappointing, just when he was looking set. And the Grey Caps were getting something going. Back into rebuild phase once again, 4-4-81 in this 26th over, joined by Richard Petrie from the Kiwis. We'll let you get back to the marquee shortly, Rich, but enjoying this bit of banter here as we look ahead to, obviously, World Cup for the Vets in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
I think probably lucky that Telfer's been shrewd with his timing of this tournament because we can get some stinking hot weather here. Don't you worry about that. So this time of year is probably the right time to play. You wouldn't want to be here in December
Well, I
or
heard
January.
it goes up 45 degrees, which that would be unpleasant.
Yes.
I was in Rome a couple of months ago and it was up to 43. And that was, that was passable. But, if you thought you had to stand out in the sun and play cricket, this was walking around in the shadows.
Yep.
That would have been hard work for everybody.
Yeah, often that clearer heat is a little bit easier to manage than that humidity, as you were talking about before.
Yeah, well, that's what Sri Lanka will be. It won't be 40, but it'll be.
It'll feel like 40 though.
It could do, mid 30s and humid. So, anyway, this is our captain, Adil Samani, and he's a good bat. He works it round well. He doesn't take undue risk. He's more of a worker of the ball. And I would say the same with Simon Murphy, actually. So these two, both pretty skillful. And if they get going, they'll probably work it around the field more and go for the ones and twos. I can't imagine they'll try and crash the boundary too much. But I reckon that's the way to bat on this. If you get 4 singles and 2 twos every over, you're going at 8s.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? And once you're in and you've got the field.
One angle down the leg side.
This one.
Going to call it a wide.
So, 8 and over, if you think of it like that towards the end, it's quite gettable. Single a ball 4 times and 2 twos. Most teams can do that. If they're not trying to crash the ball to the boundary, everything. So what we saw with us the other day is we were swinging hard at every single ball, and either we were hitting it hard to the boundary for 1, hitting it hard to the fielder for none, or missing it.
Yep. A lot of effort for not much reward in the end.
Yeah, well, that's right. And if you just bunt it for 1,
and keep that little extra in reserve for later in the innings.
Well, that's it, because the fielder's usually on the edge of the circle, not very fast.
Yep.
And so it's not hard to get a 1. You can get a 1 every ball, but you've got to get bat on ball every ball, and then you should get at least 6 to 8 runs off the over if you get bat on ball towards the end, because the fielders just can't. They have to be deepish, and they can't stop the short stuff. So,
So Murphy is on 2. Samani 1, 4 for 83, 26th over. Purdue has chimed in nicely here, 2 for 4. Oh, and beaten outside the off stump there, Murphy, as he rocked back and trying to push that through the offside, end of the over. Just before you go, Richard, a quick flashback to your international playing days. You keep in touch with any of those fellas you used to play with? Question without notice.
Yeah, well, you see them around the traps because I've done a little bit of commentary back in New Zealand. So most of the guys there are guys you played against. Not really. I wouldn't say. No, I don't keep in touch with too many of them. They all go off and do their own thing.
Yep.
You do bump into them here and there, but there's always a bit of, even if you didn't know them that well, the fact that you played the game at the same time and you played against each other, there is always a little bit of a bond. I remember I didn't play much with Adam Perori, but I played against him a bit. But we caught up for a coffee, last year or the year before, and there's an immediate
connection.
Yeah, there is, because you know the same people and you've done the same things, and it's a bit of a different. Obviously, playing professional cricket, it's a bit of a different lifestyle. You do that for 12 years, and not many people. You can't really. It's a bit different. People don't really know what it was like, but they do.
Yeah,
they know exactly what it's like, and they know the people that annoyed you, and
it's like winning premierships with that selected team.
Yeah,
they only know what they've gone through. No one else from the outside can get an understanding of it.
Yeah, that's right. So no, it's good, but like all cricketers, if you play probably any sport, but you play cricket, there is a bit of a bond.
Yep.
It's one of those things. Oh, you play cricket as well. Who do you play for? Where do you play? Who do you know? Do you know him?
Opens up that Pandora's box.
Well, it does.
It? Yeah.
It's and you get that bond and rapport with someone that you've done something similar, because you both know the inside of it. And
tight line there from Mark Little. If my memory's any good, you probably came in at the back end of the Hadley era. Would I be safe in saying that?
No, he'd gone.
He'd already gone, okay.
Yeah, he'd gone.
So
But,
Danny Morrison, Chris Pringle.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, Willie Watts and
Oh, yeah.
Danny.
Stu Gillespie was around at that time?
No, he was earlier.
Okay.
He was earlier.
Yep.
Oops. Oh, shit.
Oh, it's almost taken.
I think he spilt it.
Yeah, I reckon he got hands to that at first slip.
He did, and he spilt it when his elbows hit the ground.
Yeah.
It often pops out.
Yep. It was a pretty decent effort, wasn't it, from
and the batter's just saying, he just given it the thing, like it bounced.
Yeah, it did.
So they're all struggling with the wee tennis ball bounce thing here, and that's why you got to, if you can, play it off the back foot, because if you try and play off across the front foot, and particularly cross bat, it's just going to bounce on you.
Yep.
Or use your feet.
We haven't seen much advance, have we, really,
No.
in this game so far?
No. No, and I think it's doable. It's not like anyone gives it a big rip.
Yeah.
So you could actually come down and, as long as you get your foot to the pitch of the ball, you're pretty safe, I think. But it sort of negates. And that's the whole thing with this type of cricket, is working out how to play. Oops, he's just done it now. He's just come down the wicket.
Advance, just as we asked him to do so, and he's come up with a full reward there to mid-wicket. It hits the boundary.
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Yeah.
And I think you got to have a bit of intent and put the bowler off their stride and move,
puts
move
the onus
field.
back on the bowler, doesn't it? He's got to adjust his line, his mindset. If you've got someone coming at you all the time.
So here's the replay.
Yep.
And he's... See, now that's predetermined. He's come down. He's gone very square on it, but you've got to be careful you don't get a leading edge.
Yeah.
But I think he realises he doesn't want to stand on the crease with the ball bouncing at him. He's done it again.
Coming down the ground. Ball's picked up there by Niche.
But here's the thing. He's come down the wicket, and because it's bounced a bit more, he's really played it straight. He probably didn't necessarily want to pop it just over the bowler's head. But with it bouncing a bit, he wasn't able to keep it down. So he's just got to be careful. If you're going to get down there, get all the way down and get it on the half volley.
Push back into his crease there is a bit of a variation, I think, as depicted by Adel there as the end of the 27th over. Hang on here for one more, Richard, if you don't mind, and we'll send you back over to the players' mess.
It is a mess, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so I think a lot of it this is thinking quickly and working out how to play, because what we've discovered is, like, this wicket here is it's sort of a tennis ball bouncy wicket. So therefore, okay, well, if it's like that, right, how do you play on it? What do you do? You talked earlier about a lot of players going square, or waiting for it to be short enough to go square. So that makes sense. Or coming down the wicket and getting it on the half volley before it bounces. We've talked about the fact that that ball really does swing and seam early on. So you've got to take that into account and work out what are you going to do. Are you going to crash, or are you going to defend? I think just if you can get to the 20 overs, sort of one down, then you've done a good job.
Lot to process in there, isn't there?
Well, yeah, and you go to Sri Lanka and it's going to be different. Oh dear!
If you're looking to try and reverse that one around the corner,
once again, I mean, it's a predetermined shot there. Looked pretty straight too. I'm glad he got something on it.
Yeah,
he does play that shot, but
probably not the sort of deck that you really want to pull that one out too often, I wouldn't think.
Well,
get that extra bounce.
Here we go.
Still he's nudging out into the onside for a single.
There is enough gaps, if you can get to the pitch of the ball, you can go straight, you can go extra cover, you can go square.
Yep.
He can go mid-wicket where he went. So there's plenty of gaps if you're able to, but you do have to get to the pitch of the ball so that you can manipulate where you hit it. You don't want to be taking it on the bounce. You either want to go back and get it once it's sort of popped sitting up, or either come far enough forward where you're covering the bounce. You don't want to be standing on your crease just letting it bounce at you.
See if Samani brings that intent again here as he faces up to Purdue. Looks to work it down the ground. Australia have coverage there at mid-on.
He just played across it a bit, right? If he just punched it a bit straighter, there's a huge gap to the right of the bowler.
Natural tail in from the left-hander there. Samani tucking it around the corner for a single. Ball skips through, but will retrieve there by Niche.
So what are we? We're 4 for 89.
Yep.
In the 27th over, how many required?
212, so the rate's up around 7 now.
7.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if they can maintain their wickets, you could probably do that comfortable-ish. The danger would be new batters coming in and having to get themselves in, right?
Yep.
And here's some more good running. So we're
bit of
starting to
pressure
see a
on the rim.
partnership form. And
If there's still 4 or 5 wickets in hand with 6, 7 overs to go, that gives you a real good base to
that's
launch
the
from.
key.
Yep.
That's the key. You can afford to have a guy come out and put in the long handle and that type of thing and just get you those extra runs. But you do need the wickets. So
Purdue outside the off stump, and Samani timing nicely out towards cover, but is nicely retrieved. Richard Petrie, absolute pleasure to have
Thanks,
a chat
Pat.
to you. I'm sure all our Spirit of Cricket fans watching on YouTube would have enjoyed some great banter right there.
yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having us. And we're having a great time here. So we're very lucky to be doing it at our age, and yeah, it's a great thing. It's keeping everybody going. We're all a lot fitter than we would be, and we're having a good time.
Yeah,
so
it's a thrill just to be sitting here and taking it all in, I must say.
yeah, thanks, Pat.
Good on you, Richard. Richard Petrie from the New Zealand Vets Cricket, who of course will play a key role in the coming days as we roll through this Tri-Series tournament. Kiwis will be back in action at Sarah Oval for game number 5, which will be coming up on Sunday. Brad Perdue, once again, doing a job for the A-team. 3 overs, 2 for 7. And with Australia really holding sway here, skipper Richard Gabb can still apply some pressure in and around the ring. In this second power play, of course, they can have 4 outside the circle. Still a strong presence in and around the bat. As we just wait for Richard Gabb to finish setting his field. Mark Little moving to his 6th over. Been a good spell this. Worked around the corner by Murphy. As they push hard, the ball comes back down towards the bowler's end. And they get through for 2. So New Zealand chasing down the target set earlier today by the A-team, 211. Kratzman 88, Ash Hardy 54. As we see Murphy just leaning into one there from Little, and he will get to the boundary. So boundaries are certainly high priority at the moment for the Grey Caps. As we watch the replay of that one, Anthony Telfer's rejoined us. Some great banter with our good friend Richard Petrie. Really enjoyed that, Telf. Thank you.
I was listening, yes. Not short of a word, is he?
No. I kept feeding him the questions. He was more than happy to oblige.
Yeah, no, it's good to have him on board, and he makes himself available everywhere he goes.
Yeah, he's a great thinker of the game, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
He really is.
Yeah. He's a student of the game and happy to share his thoughts with everyone too. And has opinions on every part of the game.
Yeah. It's quite remarkable that he could step away from the game for so long and come back and be such a force.
Yeah. Did we bring up the topic of the leading?
No, I don't think I did touch on that. I should have, shouldn't I? Maybe you can bring that up at dinner tonight. That way I'll be safely tucked away out of sight. As Murphy takes that one down to third man.
He's not scared to play the reverse sweep, is he?
Well, Richard did say that. It's certainly
Part of his
arsenal, and he has pulled it out on a couple of occasions, albeit that, as we suggested, it's not necessarily the wicket. You can play that shot with a great deal of conviction. Brad Perdue once again doing a great job for the A team, slipping in 3 overs, picking up 2 for 7. Samani is advancing this time as he hits the ball out towards the mid-wicket boundary.
And he's been caught.
Catch has been taken out in the deep.
Is that Ash Hardy again?
Yeah, gee, he's been busy in the outfield, hasn't he, Ash Hardy? So many runs inside the circle. This time he's getting the job done out on the boundary, so that's another important breakthrough for the A team.
Have a look at the delivery here, and it was thrown up a little bit and enticed Samani to obviously swing to that mid-wicket boundary, but didn't quite get onto it.
It started to show a bit of intent in the last couple of overs, trying to advance down the track.
Yeah, well, they need to, though, the Kiwis.
Yeah.
They're really starting to fall behind the 8 ball, and obviously scoreboard pressure again, similar situation as yesterday, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens from here on, whether the Kiwis can maintain those wickets in the shed and have an assault, maybe in those last 5 overs, but they need to keep scoring it, 6 and 7s and over. Looks like we're going to
go for an early drinks break.
Early drinks break, are we?
Yep, okay, so midway through the 28th over, New Zealand are 5 for 97. Simon Murphy not out 11, Homan yet to get to the crease, so we might take a quick spell, Telf. Take a look in at the great scenery here at Chaffey Park in Merbein, and we will be back shortly.
15 to go.
So we're just about set to move shortly into the third power play, but the drinks break taken that little bit earlier of the 30 over mark. So we'll just get through the back end here and tell if the Aussies once again just taking the pace off, putting the Kiwis under pressure.
Yeah, it's been an obvious ploy by the Aussies over the last 3 games that we've seen through those middle overs to take the pace right off and set the field back defensively, protect the boundaries, and pick up wickets along the way.
Yeah. Nice work from Gab, getting a glove off early there to retrieved short fine leg.
It looked like he nearly threw the glove at the ball. The temperature's dropped as well this afternoon.
Yes. Yeah, not much sunshine to be seen after lunch. Little's really worked his way into a nice little groove here, hasn't he, from the club rooms in Chaffey Park.
He is a big spinner of the ball too, so he'd be enjoying bowling on a slow turning track.
Yep.
He can throw it up and he can give it a bit of a rip too.
Of course, we return to Chaffey Park in Melbourne here tomorrow. Then onwards we go to Sarah Oval in town. What will we come to expect of that wicket, Telf? They put a lot of work into that one as well.
Yeah, look, they recently top dressed it, so it won't have the grass that we've seen at Wentworth, and also here today at Chaffey. But I still expect it to be a hard, bouncy wicket.
Yep.
So
notoriously a little bit more of a harsher surface there, isn't it, than the two that we've seen so far?
Yeah, definitely. So it'll be interesting to see how the RJR ball stacks up on those wickets once we head into town. And then the final at the senior college, the whole square's covered in grass there. So
yep.
I know Lee Penner, the curator there's prepared 3 wickets. So
he's up for the challenge, isn't he?
Yeah. So one is for a training wicket for all of the T20 boys when they come into town on the 26th. So that's sitting there, and we'll be ready for them to have a hit. So and then he'll have 2 wickets that will alternate through the T20s. I was just about to say, I don't think that it's as breezy as it is, and then we see this black, whatever it is, blowing across the pitch.
Angling down the leg side. Hint of a single.
And dives. And
Homan had to get back quickly, didn't he?
He did.
Getting down and taking that one behind square. Get back for a second. And it looks like they will complete 3. So
well fielded by Chris Lanigan down there on the boundary. I think that's Chris, isn't it?
Number 6, indeed it is. Brings up the 100 for New Zealand, and this the 30th over, 5 for 100. 112 to win from 94 balls.
They need that big over, the one that we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, yep.
They need to get back to, a 6-run chase.
Try and keep that runs to win and balls remaining on an even keel. Purdue now round the wicket to the right-hander. Homan just defends out across the wicket square. He's always busy, isn't he, Brad? He's up and about. He's getting through his overs quickly.
He hates runs being scored off him, but
very frugal, yes.
What bowlers don't?
This time he's just straightened his line up a little, which allows the single on the onside. Always in control of his field placings anyway, from my experience of captaining him over the years.
He definitely gets his way.
Oh, yes.
He's very, very particular, as you said, and obviously he's bowled a lot of overs over many years, and he knows exactly the type of ball that he's going to bowl, and he knows exactly where he wants that field set.
Yep. uppishly around the corner. Ball goes down towards short fine leg.
And as usual, very animated as well.
Yes. Nice work from Simon Niche to pull that one in.
There was a period there where I think Brad went umpiring as well,
He
didn't
did.
he?
I believe he did.
Stopped playing.
Yeah, yeah.
And then 50s cricket brought him back into the game. So he'll play Div 1 probably for South Australia, you would think. And he will take up his place in the Grange over 50s team and play there throughout the summer. And I believe he's at Nursery Ridge here in Mildura.
Yes.
So he is a local here, so yes, he knows the conditions well.
I believe he'll be skippering their A-grade side as they come in from Redcliffs. They'll be in the second division of the SEA this season.
And they've recently renovated their pitch as well. We were looking to maybe get access to their ground for a couple of games in that T20 weekend. We were hoping to bring an over 40s competition here as well as part of that week.
Yep.
And unfortunately the ground hasn't recovered from the renovations yet, so we've decided just to postpone that, and we may look at bringing some 40s cricketers here next year as well. So it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it is. The old Onion Patch, as it's known affectionately locally here, is always a nice place to play there, isn't it?
Short boundary straight. I used to like that.
Yeah. It's a good sized ground for cricket, I reckon. Gives opportunities for the bowlers and the batsmen.
The charge has started, has it?
Yeah, Murphy's leaned into that one on the onside. And for all the effort there, he'll only get the one. But he looks to be similar to his bowling in the opening session this morning. Likes to take it on, become aggressive.
I believe he played at Perce's local club. Perce was telling me that and I'm not sure whether it was his junior club or what, but he hasn't seen him for quite a number of years, so they caught up last night for a long time.
Yeah, nice. Just one of a whole host of stories that will come out of this Global Spirit of Cricket Festivale, Telf.
Exactly right. And Benny Homan, I believe he is also playing in the T20 tournament, so staying for that extra week. So I'm interested to see what he can do here today.
Taking that one aerially over the ring on the onside. Hardy patrolling there in the deep. Yeah, just the single.
As he's done all tournaments so far.
It's been a great effort considering that he spent a fair bit of time out in the middle as well today.
Yeah, exactly right. And
there we go.
If you show any agility, speed, or have an arm, you'll always find yourself on the boundary in veterans cricket.
Near miss there for Murphy as he tries the reverse. Just had some more stats coming in from man across the ditch. Jim Morrison, this is the first over 50s game for Ben Homan today.
Yes.
Yep. So 106 to win from 86.
Have we got a bit of a bio on Ben?
Let's see what I can find.
Yeah. Be interested to see where he plays his cricket.
Nelson all-rounder. Played 2 over 40 IPTs for Wellington Tasman. And is pretty pumped, as you can imagine, moving to the over 50s. Fit and agile. He's going to bring plenty of energy to this team.
Well, now's the time to shine.
Yes. He's got the platform here. If he can take advantage. Fullish length ball is just poked out into the offside. Murphy will tick over another single.
He's got 15 overs to show that he needs to become part of this New Zealand squad as they head towards Sri Lanka. Couple of field changes here.
Deep long on and a deep mid-wicket for the right-hander. Full length and driven down the ground. Lanigan will do the work right in front of us here. And that is the end of the 31st over. 5 for 108 New Zealand. Murphy on 17 and Homan on 3. A nice bowling combination in play at the moment. Little has bowled 7 overs, taken 1 for 26. Brad Perdue has bowled 4 overs, 2 for 12. So they've really done a lockdown job here, Telf, haven't they, in this middle section of the game? Power play too.
Yeah. I think they'll bowl Mark out and they'll definitely bowl Poodle out.
Yeah, and they've still got options up their sleeve too, haven't they? Most of the openers only got through half a dozen or 5 at the start as well.
Be interesting to see whether they give Mark Kratzman a bowl.
Okay.
He's pace off.
Yep.
Little left arm nude nuts, I call them.
Okay, yeah.
He gets the ball to swing late. Left armour.
Yeah, skipper Richard Gabb is blessed with options, isn't he, really, this attack? Perdue just working hard to get his field set. Paul Wybird now coming into the equation and lending some of his advice.
Gabby trying to grab someone's attention and move the
I think they might straighten up their mid-wicket and bring the mid on around a little bit squarer. Perdue is left arm around to the right-handed Homan. He just drops out on the offside. Hardy on the ring there again. He's certainly a hard man to pass. Bit more air that time from Perdue.
And straight to Hardy again. He's in the game.
He certainly is. Perdue really hustling through now. Oh, that one pops up off the pad. Out onto the offside. Kiwi scamper through for a single. We're just counting down the numbers until that quicker, faster arm ball comes through. He's bowled 3 now. You expect it's not far away.
Has he bowled it yet in the first 4 overs?
I reckon I've
seen
seen a couple. Yeah.
Okay.
Quite often he's able to get that ball to swing too, that quicker ball, which is
definitely
makes it even more difficult to play.
Three back on the boundary on the leg side, backward square, mid-wicket, and fairly, well, it's nearly a square, isn't it? And then a deep mid-wicket. Very tight together, protecting that short boundary.
Yeah. Certainly plenty of space on the ring for the 1s and 2s, though. Murphy advances, times it nicely down the ground. They'll look at a second. But once again, the A-team are resolute in the field. That time Guy Randell mopping it up nicely.
Gabby's happy with the efforts from the long-on fielder. It's outside my eyesight. I don't know who's down there.
Just luckily enough, he turned around and I saw the 7 to help me out.
Oh,
right
was
at
it?
the end.
There you go.
That's the only way I picked him. Don't worry about that.
Guy Randall.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Oh.
Outside edge from Homan is taken there by Simon Nish, I reckon it was, who was fielding in the point region. And once again, Perdue strikes. 3 for 14 in his 5th over. And the Kiwis now slumped 6 for 110 in the 32nd over. That constant flow of wickets is really preventing them from getting something going as far as partnerships go, Telf.
Yeah, definitely. And it'll be interesting to have a look at the worm again and see what's happening with it. But they're definitely now under the pump.
Yep.
The scoreboard pressure's mounting ball by ball. You know, they're not going at the 7s that they currently need. And that's quickly going to go to 8, 9s and 10s very quickly now.
The runs to win balls remaining differential is blowing out with each ball, isn't it?
It is. But great bowling by Brad Perdue. Let's highlight his performance today. 3 for 14 off 5 overs. Magnificent.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
On current form, potentially pressing his claims for an Aussie berth moving forward from here.
Well, they're going to Sri Lanka, so he's doing his chances no harm by taking wickets.
Yep.
And bowling very economically through that middle period.
You feel like those conditions would suit him too over there.
Yeah. Yep. But that's not our job.
No, not at all.
No.
We can only look in from afar,
We can.
cast our dispersions, but
We do have 2 selectors here currently
Yep.
watching this game, watching every Aussie game. And tomorrow we'll be joined by the chairman of selectors and the chair of Veterans Cricket Australia over 50s, Andrew Knight, who's making his way south as we speak.
is he flying in or driving in?
He's flying in
Nice.
via Sydney,
Okay.
and I'll be picking him up at 8 o'clock tonight, so it'll be great to catch up with Knighty. Haven't seen him for maybe a month,
Okay.
I think it was. Yeah, when we played a game of cricket up there. That's where I met the great man Horse.
Is he going to
Our
stick around?
scorer.
Yes, is he sticking around for the T20s, Nighty? Or?
Knighty will stay here until, I think, the Sunday before the final.
Yep. And Perdue going past the outside edge of Damien Granspat.
Playing a miss first up.
Finishes off his 5th over, 3 for 14. New Zealand 6 for 110 after 32.
So it'll be a great opportunity to put Knighty on the cans, and an opportunity to interview him and find out where he's at with veterans cricket here in Australia, and obviously he's also on the international board as well.
Yep.
As a over 50s delegate. So he might be able to tell us a lot more about what's happening with the Sri Lankan World Cup.
He'll
in
certainly be a
February.
great resource for us. There's no question about that.
Yeah. He might even tell you about his selection in the over 60s Queensland team too
Okay.
for the Nationals.
Be pretty proud of that, I think.
Yeah. He has represented Australia. He's got a baggy green
Yeah, okay.
at 50, so
Yep.
we'll be able to tell you all about that as well. I think he might have been on the first tour to England.
This little continues. Murphy picks up another single out into the offside.
See how difficult it is to generate pace.
Yeah.
With pace off and it holding up, it's just really a bunt out to the 30-metre mark.
Yep. I feel like he's adjusted to it fairly well, though, Murphy. Probably more so than quite a few of the other Kiwi bats.
If you have a look, I'll bet he's the only person or only batsman that's going at a run a ball.
Yeah, yep.
I can hear Gabby out there. A lot of chirpiness, getting his troops up.
Grant advances, then gets squeezed back into his crease.
Look at that spin back in.
Yeah.
Really gripped and then jumped, didn't it? Makes it hard to play.
It does,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, we had Richard on a little earlier this afternoon. Come back to that in a moment. Another one that bites into the pitch and comes back. He was a bit surprised that maybe more players haven't elected to advance and come down and get it on the full.
Mm. And then ideally to hit through the ball rather than across the line.
Yep. Once again, squaring up Grant. Gab behind the stumps just maybe calling for his bowler to try a little bit of a different variation here.
Well, there you go.
Ball's-
He's used his feet.
Yep, dragged from outside the off onto the onside for a single. Another tidy over though as he pushes through his 8th. Just the 2 runs conceded in this over.
It'll be interesting speaking with Andrew Knight about what the selectors are looking for and maybe the number of spinners they're looking to take to Sri Lanka, because obviously the mediums are not probably, with my limited knowledge of Sri Lanka of course.
Turned around the corner, and that's a fantastic bit of work by Guy Randell. Just tucked in there on the 45, back at a square. And Grant has to go without scoring.
Or is that Murph? I think it's Murphy that's out.
Yep, 100%. I'm looking at the wrong name there.
That's okay.
It was a really good reaction there, wasn't it? Ball was coming quickly into Randell.
And dived.
Yeah.
Caught it down low, didn't he?
Got 1, dot. No, 1, 3 dots and a single. That's what I figured out.
So now the score will be 7, I think, once we adjust. 7 for 1-1-1. As we have mentioned over the past couple of days, net run rate will prove to be an important factor as we get to the back end of this Tri-Series tournament. Kiwis would really just love to dig in here and scratch their way through to the end of the 45 if they can.
They didn't get to do that yesterday, so
No. So just get that update on the scorecard. Murphy caught Randell, bowled little for 19. Yeah, now has 2 for 28 from his 8 overs. As you can see in the partnerships graph there, steady flow of wickets here through the mid part of the innings. It's made it hard for the Grey Caps to get any real traction in chase of that target.
They really have struggled to come to terms with the way this pitch is played.
Yep.
And ideally, you know, winning the toss and having a bowl gave them that ability to see how the Aussies coped and how the pitch played, but I don't think they've really learnt from, you know, how the Aussies played through that first innings. So
Purdue pitching that one up, forcing Grant onto the back foot. Still got the luxury of having 4 men on the ring on the offside. Grant rocking back and hitting out into the covers.
to Ash Hardy again.
Been a bit of a magnet, hasn't he, in this second session?
I guess Mark Little must be putting forward a case. It'll be interesting. I was asking the question before about, you know, what the selectors will be looking for as far as spinners are concerned and how many they'll take.
Yep.
Potentially they could take 4 spinners.
Yeah. So they can take a squad of 16, am I right?
Yeah.
Yep. Spinners and all-rounders you think would be paramount in the selector's mind?
And also fitness, and obviously, you know, being able to field is going to be extremely hot over there as well. So it'll be a game of attrition, so it'll be important that, you know, they take guys that can
back up day in, day out.
Exactly, yeah, because they play every second day. I think it is over 14 or 15 days.
As Richard Petrie said earlier, it's probably more so the humidity that's the killer in that part of the world, more so than the direct heat. And Purdue, another full-length delivery.
Oh.
And he's picked up a 4th scalp.
I would say that was plumb. Pitched in line, hit him in line, because it was on the full.
Yeah.
Must have landed on his toe. So
A quicker, fuller one again.
yeah.
See if we get a chance to have a look at it. Here we go. Just dipped late, didn't it? It came down.
Yeah. He nearly walked, didn't he?
Yeah. So another scalp for Brad Purdue.
4 for 15 now.
Yeah. Quite remarkable. 8 for 113, New Zealand.
It was funny, I was having a look on YouTube, and Anton Ballon, who's coming over here for the T20 tournament, said, "Get Purdue on now so we can have an early day."
There you go. We might be finished prior to 5 p.m. the way we're tracking here. She'll give the boys just that little extra time to recover.
As we see the 6 buses come into the car park.
Right on cue.
They are doing an amazing job. They are moving the troops all over the region.
So you've moved from the Spanish bar to the Pizza Cafe, Telf. Where will the boys look to be dining out tonight?
Is it 400 Grande?
400 Grady, yeah.
Grady?
Yeah.
Might be on the radar maybe.
Nice. It's pretty flash in there.
Or the Thai restaurant.
Tyrific.
Tyrific.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a great restaurant here in Langtree Avenue.
So many good options.
So many
isn't
to
there?
choose from. That's right.
So the end of 34, 8 for 113.
But who knows? They may even end up at Enjoy Wine for a quiet glass of beer, or a cold beer, or a quiet red and a lovely steak. But yeah, there is so many options available very close to where we're all staying.
Yep.
The Spanish Grill, have they been? Oh no, they were there 2 nights ago.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Maybe one of those iconic paellas at Enjoy One from the great
Well,
Robbie.
we're doing the paellas on the presentation night on the boat cruise. You coming along to that?
I'll have to check my diary. Hopefully I can make some space.
It'll be a very enjoyable cruise up the Murray, up towards Trentham on the Mildura Cruises boat.
Yep. That's on the Wednesday night, is it?
That's on the Tuesday night.
So
yeah.
just in time before that
The rain comes. Yeah.
comes through.
Oh, who knows? We could cruise in the rain.
Yeah.
It can rain all it likes after
Yes.
5 o'clock on Tuesday.
Exactly right. So it looks like Guy Randell's coming in to replace Mark Little. As Kelvin Scott has made his way out to join Damien Grant. So it's a real rearguard action now for New Zealand. Who just haven't really got going in this game, certainly in the second session. Partnership was building between Frew and McHardy, but outside of that, neither one of the batsmen get into double figures. So it'll be a case of back to the drawing board for the Grey Caps. Randell straight on the spot. It's turned around the corner by Grant. Should get back for the 2. This Little hauls the ball back in from the deep.
Did Mark Little bowl his overs out, did he, or did they take him off?
I reckon he bowled 8. So he had
8.
one
okay.
remaining. Yeah.
So Gabby's sharing the love, giving Guy Randell a few overs, maybe to clean up the tail and get a couple of cheaper nasties.
Yeah. Not sure if the skipper will have as much luck getting the ball out of Brad Padu's grasp at the other end.
Has he got 4 or 5? 4.
4 for 15 from 6 overs.
He'd be eyeing off a bag here, wouldn't he?
Michelle is certainly within reach, isn't it?
Yes.
This one is hit towards
What a
extra
catch.
cover. And it's taken, going back with a flight. It's that man again, Brad Padu. You can't get him out of the game. Certainly putting in his claims for man of the match honours here in this one.
I'd say he ran 30 yards, 20 yards.
Yeah.
Backwards.
Moved very nicely too.
Yeah. Took it above his head.
Full of confidence.
Yeah.
I think initially you could see the reaction of the players. There was a bit of uncertainty there as to whether he was going to make the ground, but he did it easily in the end. So a 9th wicket now. Falls for New Zealand. 9 for 115. And Randell picks up a wicket in his first over. Last man to bat is Darren Sears for the Grey Caps. Aussies have had that knack, I reckon, in the past couple of days to make the bowling change and take that instant wicket in that transition, haven't they?
A win like this for the Aussies, and obviously they're going to win this game quite easily and convincingly, but it'll give them the confidence for tomorrow,
Absolutely.
taking on the Aussies.
Yeah. Only just missed out on day one too, didn't they? 12 runs.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So the A's are up and about, and to convincingly defeat the Kiwis and then take on the Australian team. It's going to be a really good spectacle tomorrow for lots of the locals here in Mildura on a Saturday to come out.
Yep.
Check out some quality international over 50s cricketers performing. So I'd expect quite a large crowd tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you can't, then you can tune into Sock TV Global here on YouTube. Find all the links on Facebook, and sit back, put it on the big screen at home, and enjoy the dulcet tones of Pat Silcox.
You're too kind, Telf. Ball's hit out onto the onside. Just had a quick check of the forecast there. 21, I think, tomorrow. Light winds early. And we'll just freshen up a little bit across the afternoon. But looks to be another day of cloud cover as we've seen this afternoon.
I think I might bring the jeans tomorrow.
Yeah, those early starts are certainly a bit fresh, aren't they?
They are.
Ball worked into the onside by Sears. Times it nicely. And they'll get back for 2. Of course, a big night of footy finals tonight. The AFL and the ARL. Port Adelaide taking on Sydney. And in the rugby league, I think it's Cronulla and the North Queensland Cowboys. So a few of the Queensland boys might have a bit of interest in that game.
Exactly right. And is there a rugby game on as well? I think the Kiwis are talking about wanting to go and watch some rugby tonight.
Gee, it's all happening, isn't it? Unless it's on the weekend.
Tomorrow, is it? What's the rugby on tomorrow? It's the Kiwis, the All Blacks against the Aussies.
The Bledisloe Club, is that right?
It must be.
Wow.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. All the ducks are in a row there. As we see the end of the 35th over, 9 for 119. Kiwis have had a stranglehold on the Wallabies, haven't they, for a long period of time. I go in confident as always.
Richard Horner said, ask the question, do we know what it looks like?
Oh.
That's not very nice, is it? Hey? Accurate, but not very nice. You just concentrate on your scoring there, Richard.
It's the one thing that our friends across the ditch have held over us for a long period of time, unfortunately. If you're an Aussie. Might have their measure on the cricket field, but still got a long way to go as far as the 15-a-side game goes.
Ooh.
Purdue.
Close.
Almost
close to number 5.
One chopping back onto the stumps. Nicely stroked away to the offside there by Kelvin Scott. Pick up 2. Ash Hardy once again bringing that ball back in from the deep. So Purdue into his 7th over, 4 for 17. Once again he pitches up and a bit of inside edge, possibly saving Kelvin Scott there. He's a little bit quicker through the air. It's pushed back down the track. Of course, Telf, this is one of many grounds that Brad's called home here locally in the SCA over the years.
Yes, he's played at quite a number of the clubs around town. I was just having a look at the scores from last night's ODI between Australia and England, and I hope Graham Crawford's okay.
Well, the Aussies chasing down 315.
315.
44 overs.
And only 3 down. That man, Travis Head.
Isn't he in rare form at the moment?
154 off 129 balls. Would have been great to watch.
Oh, he's been the best batsman in the world, I think, in the last 6 months, hasn't he?
Oh,
in all formats of the game.
Yeah. He owns the game right now, doesn't he?
I feel like selectors could see that many years ago, but he just took a long time to fulfil his promise, but he is really cashing in now, isn't he?
Yeah. I was talking to Jamie Siddons, who you know well.
Yep.
And he talked about the flaws that he had with his game early on, but now he's just seeing the ball, so it must be like a watermelon, really.
Yeah, yep. Just likes to take it on at any occasion. I think in the past...
And doesn't even take into account what
the
state
situation
of the game is. Yeah.
It's all about that he's in control and he dictates the terms.
Yeah.
I think in the past he had the penchant to throw it away early, very similar to Mark Waugh back in the days, where he'd get to 70 or 80 so easily and then just throw it away when the bigger score beckoned. But he's now really going on with the job and getting those big hundreds, isn't he?
Oh, it's great to watch and so entertaining. And imagine if Fraser McGurk gets up and about as well.
Oh my goodness!
What sort of scores are we going to be looking at?
Mitch Marsh is obviously a powerhouse in that middle order as well.
It's exciting. It's an exciting period of cricket that the Australians are going to look forward to, especially in the T20 and the one-dayers. With Davey Warner now retiring from that format of the game and these young guys coming through.
Yep.
Anyway, back to this game here. It's drawing to a close, obviously, with still 8 overs to go, roughly.
89 to win from 52 balls. As Randell just looks to deploy a man down outside of the circle there. Find leg. Nicely played by Sears. Gets down low and over the top of it. Throw coming in from Purdue. So scurried through, but
he's on a high, Brad.
Yeah, he wants to be involved. Bit of a muffled shout for LBW. Would have been
plenty of bat in that.
Yeah, bat first, you'd think.
Nothing ruffles the feathers of Jeff Charlesworth. Very cool, calm and collected.
That one a foolish ball outside the off stump as beating Sears, who loses his feet going to ground.
Nearly beat Gabby too.
Yeah.
Some of these bodies are starting to get really tired now, having played now 2 games in 3 days.
Certainly the Kiwi boys are backing up with the double here today.
Yeah. I'll be looking forward to tomorrow off.
Ball has swung around the corner nicely there.
That's raced
Darren
away.
Sears, you'll pick up 4 as a
runs.
result. So the score is 9 for 127. That's the end of the 37th over. So Sears has moved his way along to 8. Kelvin Scott is 4. And Randell, 2 overs, no maiden, at 1 for 11. So this, I know Purdue still 2 overs remaining. Bowled 7 so far. He's straight back to the umpire with his head off. So he's giving Gab no chance of making a change at that end. Yeah.
Have a spell, mate. It's funny doing this commentary and obviously making comments about some of the players. Each morning that I get to the ground, some of the guys that played the previous day come up to me and give me a hard time about the hard time that I've given them.
Right, watching it back from the hotel room.
Yeah, for example, Jed's pads.
Ah, yes.
The orange ones?
Yes.
Yes, well, apparently they're red pads.
Right.
Underneath.
South Australian red, of course.
Of course. With yellow
clads on the top.
over the top, so they look orange.
Gives it that orange hue, yeah. As you have observed over the opening 3 days of the Tri-Series, we're certainly not left dying wondering if there's any confusion about any particular part of the commentary we're making. We're being pointed in the right direction on every occasion.
There's people listening, obviously, all over the world, and Jim Morrison's been providing some great stats and some feedback and information on the Kiwis, which is great.
Yep. Nice work there. That point by Simon Niche.
And when I have information or parts of stories that I'm not 100% sure, I've got people texting me or posting in our YouTube chat group. And if you do want to join a part of that chat, make sure that you subscribe and you can have a conversation directly with you, and we'll give you a bit of a plug and tell us where you are and how much you're enjoying what we're bringing to you live here from sunny northwest.
Tropical northwest
I'll
Victoria.
get it right.
You will.
Tropical
You've got a few more days
northwest.
yet.
That's
It's all
okay.
right. Don't worry, it's all new. It's new for all of us. Try and get our heads around. Scott just defends back down the wicket. They're really pushing hard to pick up this 5th wicket and wrap up the innings. Haven't noticed our wasp indicator too much on the overlays today, but if it were, I'm saying it's probably below 10% as it stands at the moment.
It'd be single figures, that's
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
would have
I wonder
thought.
why the wasp isn't there today.
I'm not sure. Maybe
Maybe
Percy can
the-
let us know about that later
Maybe
on.
Percy the Kiwi has decided to leave it off today.
Yeah.
It would be in the initial setup, I would say.
Yep.
Horses all over that.
Nice.
He's looking forward to tomorrow morning setting up because Perce is on the plane back to Melbourne and then New Zealand.
Right,
so
okay.
We're going to be purseless tomorrow.
Have you got a direct line through though, just in case?
We're hoping so.
Yeah. So Purdue, 8 overs, 4 for 20.
Stands out, doesn't it?
Pick of the
Like a
bowlers.
beacon.
Little's been tidy as well, 2 for 28 from his 8. Yeah, to be going at under 3s at this stage of the game is quite exceptional, isn't it? So Guy Randell will continue from this club room's end at Chaffey Park in Melbourne. Great to see some of the Saints faithful here early to get things underway. Carlo Longiri and Shane Trinick. Proud as punch. I could see them taking videos and photos of the pre-match reception.
They've posted it all on their local Facebook cricket club page, and
they've really embraced it, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They want us back next year, and look, if you are, just watch this delivery.
Bit of hesitation, bit of a mix-up as it comes back to the bowler's end. And they will get home safely. Hardy has been
electric in that cover region and also out on the boundary as well.
Yep, Sears manages to scurry home. Go on, Telf.
I was going to say, if you are enjoying what we're producing here, and it's 2 weeks of over 50s cricket, Mildura is a great destination for a 2-week holiday or a 1-week holiday. We're going to do all of this again next year, bigger and better than what we're doing this year as our pilot tournament.
Taken downtown by Kelvin Scott. Minimum fuss, maximum results. So 4 runs for the Grey Caps. 9 for 134. This is the 39th over.
Have a look at this shot here. He just played straight through the line of the ball. Bang.
It's committed to going through too, wasn't he? Going through and elevating.
That's really the first sign of aggression since early on, really, from the Kiwis. They put the man back now,
There's a man straight back,
Yeah. Yeah, no, Australia A aren't going to take any risks at this late stage to give the Kiwis a sniff.
This one's nicely wristed away there by Scott and heading
going to the boundary
downhill towards the road end. It's just going to pull up inside the line and I'll get back for 3. So Scott advances to 13. Score is 9 for 137.
I'd have a guess and say that this is probably the most expensive over we've had for
quite some time.
15, 20 overs.
Yeah, already 8 from it.
Only halfway through.
Yep.
Are they having a last-minute dash at the...
Oh, it's a big effort from here, isn't it? 75 from 39. So 2 men out straight on the boundary. So that mid-wicket area is protected. Short into the pitch, and away it goes for 4 once again.
Ooh, look out, here come the Kiwis. Randell won't be happy with that, dragging it short though. I think I was talking to Maxi Trinick at lunchtime and he said these bowlers that bowl short on this track are doomed.
They learn a hard lesson, don't they?
Yeah. That's why he's been such a leading wicket taker throughout the Sunraysia Cricket Association, because he knew where to bowl the ball.
Yeah.
And it wasn't short.
Not on this ground, that's for sure.
He bowled short on other grounds, though.
Oh, that he did.
Quite sharp back in the day,
Yeah,
wasn't he?
he was. Of course, got down to Melbourne for a couple of seasons, played Premier Cricket with Ringwood.
Yes.
One of the real characters on the local cricket scene, I reckon, Maxie. Enjoyed a few Melbourne Country Week trips away with him. Quite enjoyable.
And could bat too. Down the tail, he annoyed the crappers out of the Sets Career Club on a number of occasions.
I think he's a bit underrated as a batsman.
It's that baseball.
He's got a good eye.
Yeah.
Sears again hitting out through the offside. Picks up the single. You wonder, moving forward, Telford, he might play a role in 050s cricket at some stage when he reaches that mark.
Yes. Well, I was talking to Mark Cleary earlier in the week at our launch at the Gateway, and apparently Sunraysia Riverland are putting an over 40s team into the Adelaide Turf Cricket Association over 40s comp.
Right. Okay. I was unaware of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Will they be based at most of the games out of Berry and Loxton?
I don't know where they're going to base them, but
yeah,
that's what I've heard. So maybe you could roll your arm over.
Well, I'm in the 050s category.
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
sorry.
So I'm well clear of that mark.
But that's going to be another feeder for these guys here, in their latter stages of their cricket career, to sort of start to feed into the 40s and then get the opportunity to play state cricket at nationals, and then potentially, end up getting a baggy green in the over 40s. So the pathway's there right through to 70 years old.
Yeah.
70 plus years old.
Yeah. We've seen local Richie White, of course, be in that Australian frame.
I'd have to say he's probably the first Pommy to represent Australia in veterans cricket.
Yeah, I think you could be right. So Brad Perdue, this will be his 9th and final over. Kiwis have certainly moved things along quite nicely in the last couple, as that one is left to go through. Past the off stump and through to the keeper. That is a very decent delivery. Just missing the edge of the bat. Tidy work from behind the stumps by Richard Gabb.
So he's got 4 balls left.
Yep.
To see if he can get that Michelle.
I think if we're ever going to see that quicker arm ball, it's going to be in the next couple. As this time Sears is reversing the ball down towards short form, but there is protection there, so no run scored.
That sort of shot is where the arm ball would come into play.
Absolutely. Get through quickly and hit on the pads in front of the stumps.
What do you think, this ball?
I'm going to go the next one.
Oh, really? Ball number 5.
Yep. Just work down the wicket there. It'll be going through his mind anyway, whether it's this one or the last one. Tucked away on the onside. Finishing off with a really nice set here. Not end up with a maiden in his 9th and final over. A change up with the action there as ball's hit out into the deep cover boundary. They'll pick up a single.
Great spell of bowling, Brad Perdue. 4 for 21 off 9 overs.
Be happy with that, and he gets a really good reception from the sidelines. So the Kiwis continue to battle on here. 40 overs gone, 9 for 145. 67 from 30, just the 1 wicket remaining. Interesting to see whether Richard Gabb will go back to his openers. Nish and Lanigan still have overs up their sleeve. Looks like we'll stay with Guy Randell, though, for the time being.
Getting another over.
Yep. Approaching 5 p.m. local Victoria time.
Just having a look at the field positionings. We've got a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, long off. Got a third man, point, mid off. It looks like a backward point and a forward point with a mid wicket. There you go.
Still plenty of protection on that offside.
Yeah.
One bowled it into the pitch, swung away out to the backward square boundary. Nice work from Mitch Woods out in the deep. So New Zealand really fighting on here at the end, Telf, managing to try and push their way through to the 45 over mark.
There's no one on the square boundary here. You won't want to drop it short.
No. They've got 3 men out deep on the offside.
Mm.
No ball. No ball. Six out. 1, 2, 3.
It's a no ball.
Yeah, 6 men outside the ring.
They've called it.
So Skipper Gabb just losing track of his numbers there. 6 men outside the circle, so no ball called by the umpire. Did seem strange as to why they'd have that many out in the offside, Telf. We were trying to work it out.
I know.
So do we get a free hit in this situation?
I think we do.
Okay,
Yeah.
free hit for the Grey Caps. Are they able to move their field from the previous ball? Do they have to obviously bring
Well,
the one inside the circle, but other than that, they'd probably stay in the same space, I would have thought.
They got to run though, so the batsmen have changed.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so
Yep.
they can.
Yep. Let's see what Darren Sears can do here. He advances and gets a really
Smashes
good
it
piece
to
of
the
that.
boundary for 4.
Yep, he'll pick up a 4 there. Timed it beautifully. The freedom of that free hit. Just advances down and picks up a nice boundary as we watch that one back in replay. Really well balanced over the top of that shot. Late withdrawal there from Sears. As Randell was ready to cut loose. They're still keeping a count on the fieldsman outside of the circle. One, two, three. How many on the onside there, Telf?
Yeah, let's have a look. We've
Just
got
the 2?
1, 2, 3 on the boundary.
Will struck aggressively to short cover, but well fielded by Jed Mensforth.
Let's hit him on the hand.
Yeah.
On the wrist, maybe.
Keep an eye on that.
He's okay. He's tough.
Down the leg side, Sears not able to take advantage. We'll get a single though.
Leg by.
Extras count as only at 11 today, Telf, so
They've tightened up, haven't they?
the A team have really been frugal in what they've given away. So Scott's back on strike. This partnership has been good for 38 from 38, which is a nice last wicket stand for New Zealand. Foolish ball, struck on the pad right in front of the stumps. And Kelvin Scott is out LBW to Randell for 13. and New Zealand are all out for 153.
You could say that's
41st over.
So that's buying a wicket.
Could be.
Well, there you go.
A solid effort from Australia, Ray, after their strong showing on day one against the Australians, and they'd be pretty happy with securing a very comfortable victory, and it certainly will go a long way to boosting their net run rate too, Telf, as we look ahead to that table at the back end of the tournament.
Yeah, it'll make a huge impact on their net run rate, but great win by Australia A today. I guess it was all set up from the first innings when Mark Kratzmann batted extremely well. Probably unlucky not to get 100, but playing the team game and looking to, elevate that scoring rate in that first innings. And then to come out and then bowl the Kiwis out, led by Brad Perdue, who picked up 4 wickets for 21 runs from his 9 overs. They were the 2 stars today from Australia A.
So we can have a look at the scorecard there. Petrie was dismissed for 7. Gary was the first one out for 5. And a good partnership between Frew and McCarty. Frew was dismissed, caught Woods bowled Perdue for 33. McCarty was bowled by Perdue for 29. And Murphy made 19. As we look through the Manhattan here at Chaffey Park. Pretty resolute last wicket stand. Saw the Kiwis end up at 153. Sears was 22 not out at the end. Kelvin Scott was dismissed. LBW Randell for 13. So a quick look at those bowling figures, as you said, Telf. Brad Perdue in line for man of the match honours there. 9 overs, 4 for 21. And he was well supported by Mark Little. That tandem combination really worked a treat, didn't it? 2 for 28 from his 8 overs, and Randell chipping in with 2 for 32 at the back end.
Yeah, 6 wickets by the spinners today. Obviously showed the way from the Australian A with the bowling performance, and we see both teams now walking off and celebrating and shaking hands. It's going to be a long way back now for the Kiwis to potentially make the final.
And they'll be back in action at Sarah Oval. Next game against Australia, then they'll finish off against Australia A as we turn into the second week of this Global Spirited Cricket Festivale. And you'd have to say, Telf, they need to win every game from here on in.
They will, yeah. They need to regroup, obviously with the day off tomorrow, and let's hope that they can regroup, come back, and obviously produce some 2 outstanding performances to make sure that they make the final.
So there's your match summary. Australia batting first, finishing on 211. Kratzmann 88, Ash Hardy 54, doing the bulk of the heavy lifting there. McCarty and Mark Murphy picking up 3 wickets apiece. And the Kiwis eventually dismissed for 153. We threw with 33. Scott McCarty 29. And Brad Perdue, local Mildura representative, really getting the job done with his 4 for 21. A 58-run victory for the Australian A team.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, Paddy, today by Australia A. We'll do it all again tomorrow, Pat, back here at Chaffey Park. And if you are a local and you're listening in right now, do yourself a favour and get out to Chaffey Park tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. start, with Australia taking on Australia A. The best over 50s cricketers in the land will be playing right here, Chaffey Park, Merbein, tomorrow morning.
No cameras, no complex calibration, just targeted effective chemical application. Hardy Geo Select.